Shalom. So, I've been having a pretty exciting 24 hours lately. Um, what happened was that I had Vocab Malone on my channel, and then he took some of the conversation we had and put it on his channel, and we discussed some stuff about this guy Zion Lex, and so he made a really entertaining um, response video to me, and I've never had this much attention. I mean, obviously, I have a very small channel, and both these guys have much bigger channels than anybody who's ever paid attention to my channel. And so the clip, well, so the clip was scheduled for earlier today on Vocab's channel, and Zion Lex made his response video to last night. Kind of, honestly, kind of felt bad for him. Yesterday I was a little excited to, because he was just embarrassing himself. And it was like, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. And I slept on it, and I'm like, okay, you know what? The man, and I thought about the stuff he said, the man spends a lot of time studying the Bible. He obviously, has a certain amount of faith. And so I was like, you know what? You're not acting how you should, right? And I almost feel a tiny bit bad for the thumbnail I made for the response I'm going to be making later today. But I mean, when you watch his video, come on, man. I mean, and the pinned. Okay, so I guess I have to show you guys this one. Where is it? So, so this is his response video. I'm like, look at the pinned tweet. Get the name of his insurance company and put his Khazar a dollar sign out of business. I mean, honestly, I've gotten a bunch of subscribers out of it, which I appreciate, and it's like Jacob Federici Insurance Services, as if I'm hiding anything. I mean, my brother, I'm just an insurance broker, so like, whatever. Hey, usual. I am glad to see it. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. And so it's kind of been a little bit exciting, I don't usually get this much attention. And like, they've been going to my business Facebook page, and they I mean, they think that I think maybe they think they're gonna scare me. It's like, sorry, you don't know me. You really just do not know me. Hey Ben, um, like I'm not. I'm sorry, I don't know which icon that is usual. I hope I'm saying it right. Usal, usual. I don't- Um, but welcome. um, and so just finished watching Vocab's premiere of the thing. Um, yeah, yeah. So this one guy actually, he. I have to give him credit. He is a lot better than he's a lot better than a lot of these people, you know. And by these people, um, that's nothing racial, honestly. I mean, it's like you dress like a clown, you act like a clown, people are going to think of you as a clown. Talking about the clowns, um, plenty of black people who don't act like clowns. You know, it's not your race. It is how you behave yourself. Um. Anyway, um, Johnny is fine. Usal from Dune. Oh, okay. I know that he took a lot of that stuff from the Hebrew. So, or I know he uses kafitzat haderech for kwitzat haderach, or however they say it. Ben says, "I'm glad you have a spine." Well, they're terrorists in my opinion if they make threats to you. Yeah, they would. I mean, honestly, like he was saying, you can find my you can find my phone number on on the web, and you can like this. It's my cell phone number. If you want to call my cell phone number, like go right ahead. Nobody's calling. Like I'm not some famous person who's like has to, you know. Um, I'm just an insurance broker in my um Bene Gesserit. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Ben says good book. I read the books a long time ago. Um, I'm sorry, Johnny. That's it. It drives me nuts when they call each other ach. I don't know. Hina matov u'manayim shevet achim gam yachad. Um, it is how beautiful and nice it is for brothers to sit together. B'nai Gesserit, yeah. I've tried to explain it to a couple of guys that it doesn't make sense, but to no avail. That they need to show some ownership. Well, I mean, calling each other ach. Well, okay. Achi, yeah. What bothers me is I'm guessing like a lot of them say ak, right? And honestly, so this is one of the things I'm gonna have to get into in my response video. Like, so there is like in biblical Hebrew, there's a difference between the het and the chaf, right? And modern Hebrew, a lot of people don't differentiate between the two, right? Between the het and the chaf. And honestly, if I'm not paying too much attention, I don't either. I don't, you know, again, like I'm not like there are people involved in our community, um, Yosef and Chezi, so they actually know Hebrew, and they're busy people. They're Yosef's getting his PhD in artificial intelligence, and Chazi is um, a famous designer, used to be a lawyer in Israel, and he grew up there and speaks Hebrew fluently. So like vocab said at the beginning of his he said at the beginning of his what was it? He said at the beginning, he made a comparison, um, sometimes, people get into there's a difference between like playing college sports and then professional sports, you know? It's like I'm teaching elementary Hebrew here. There's a reason I don't charge, because if somebody was going to pay me $300, it's like, for $300 you can take an ulpan from the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Like they have an 8-week course where they will teach you, like, people who actually know their Hebrew really well, much better than I do. Again, I'm an insurance broker with like 300 subs, and which is 300 more than I thought I would get, um and like I'm available to people because, right, um this is my hobby. But when you're talking about Dr. Michael Heiser, right, and sure, I mean, I will smack talk Dr. Heiser, but obviously it's like, okay, I've read what he says. I've read what other experts say. I agree with the other experts. It's not like I'm coming up with things myself and like dunking on Dr. Heiser. Um, it's embarrassing. Like watching him last night. He he has lots. There were like 500 people watching live. It's like 500 people live. I've never had 500 people listening to me live. Why would they? Right? So it's like he has a much bigger, and he's entertaining. I have to say, he's like entertaining. I sent the video to some people. He is entertaining, but man, do you want to be putting on a show like that? It's not dignified. I'll put it that way. Um, they have their pretend Hebrew, so of course they won't speak it right. Yeah, it's like, so what I was saying about ach and ach, right? So ach with a het is brother, and ach with a chaf is only, right? And so when it does make that difference, that much difference, then usually will people who know the language will, you know especially if you're not that good, so, and you can't say your hets very well or your chets very well, what you'll do is, for ach with a chaf you'll say ak, right? And for ach with a het you'll say ah, right? You'll just kind of say a hard H sound, ah, you know, so so that they don't get confused, right? And there's a few things like that, and if you're not paying attention, and then so yesterday he was like, he just kept on digging, and it's just so, I honestly, I felt bad for him. I did. It was kind of sad. He, you know, he he said chirik instead of saying chirik, he said kirik, and that's like at the beginning of a word, and so like chet and a kaf at the beginning of a word, like that. It was sad, and then um So Ben said, I wouldn't want to teach modern Hebrew. So, okay, this is another thing he did on his show yesterday. So I pointed out that he used the Ben Yehuda dictionary, which I found kind of funny because, I mean, look, the man owns a Hebrew English dictionary. I'm happy for him. I think that's definitely a step forward. But the reason, by the way, if anybody who knows me wants to chat, DM me, you can come on. But the reason why I was pointing out that it was a Ben Yehuda dictionary is Ben Yehuda is the guy who invented modern Hebrew, and you're teaching biblical Hebrew, right? So using the Ben Yehuda dictionary for biblical Hebrew, and then so he starts pulling out all these dictionaries, and like, I'm glad you have lots of dictionaries, but it's like, dude, not using dictionaries all the time. Just it's like, I don't have a collection of dictionaries because I know the language. I bought the Ben Yehuda when I was taking modern Hebrew, you know. Boom, constant. Yeah, the sound effects. Those were funny. You got to get a soundboard for the effects. It's entertaining, but like, yeah, he must be selling his soul for 3,000 a month. Look, he has a wife, he has kids. I try not to judge, but I also think, you know what, it's God who decides. Really, Michael? You're joking. I'm sorry. Oh my. I'm so sorry, Michael. I, I'm I was I didn't realize. I'm really sorry. It's like, honestly, I'm sure I'm sure it's not gonna last more than a day or two. Like, honestly, these people move on. But like, I put my name and my phone number and everything out there because I'm just not scared of these people. Oh, dude. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they've been like bombing my business Facebook with bad reviews and stuff, and it's like, okay, like, um on his broadcast, he's like, yeah, you guys should go down to his office in Los Angeles and call him a racist. And it's like, if you want to come down to my office, you're more than welcome. I'm in the Social Security building, corner of Roscoe and Van Nuys. Make an appointment. I'm not always here. Do make an appointment. My cell phone number is on my website. um, dude, I will take you out for a coffee or something, or you can come to my office for some coffee, um, or tea. But like, um, It's like, are you really that do you really have that much extra time? Um, I have received no extra attention. I'm glad to hear it. I have, which is nice. I mean, I got subscribers. Johnny, did I say your name? Johnny, yeah. Um, Johnny is new. Welcome. Um, but so I got some subscribers. It's kind of exciting, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna do the response later today. What time did I schedule it for? Scheduled it for 6 p.m. So it's like in 6 hours almost. Well, actually, a little bit more than 6 hours. Maybe I should have done it earlier. Um, I kind of feel bad about that thumbnail, but like he deserves it. The type of stuff he was saying, it's like, and he just kept on digging, just kept on digging, and it's like, ugh. But like, this is the most excitement I've, I've had in a while, so it's fun, you know. Uh, yeah. The only thing that bothers me, he's charging $300. If that's true, like, dude, for $300, first of all, there's so much free stuff. Um, that website Hebrew for Christians is really really good. Um, that channel Aleph with Beth, they put out really good content. Very good content. I mean, it's Christian, and I have my disagreements with them, but um, the um, but they it's well produced, and they're using the latest linguistic techniques, and like Andrew and Beth, their name is, I forget his last name. Um, they're a husband and wife couple, and Andrew's really smart, has a bunch of books, good books. I like his books. Um, yeah, lots of free Hebrew learning options. It's like, if he's charging $300, I hope he's not. I mean, dude, that's just not right. It's just not right. Um, I mean, if he has his show and people find it entertaining and they're contributing money to it and stuff, okay. I mean, it's kind of entertaining, but honestly, I have to wonder how many people are watching just to laugh at him. Which, um, I'm not mad at him for that, dude. He has a wife, he has kids. Um, he there are definitely worse ways of earning a living. That's for sure. Um, and it's something that gives him an opportunity to engage with the Bible, and I hope that's a blessing for him. But yeah, if anybody wants to come on, if anybody wants to talk about anything else, please. Yeah, but like, let me make this bigger. It's like, this is the pinned comment on his response to me. was it? Like, really? That really? Johnny says the cult is huge. I mean, so when I had vocab on right before he came on, I started explaining. Like, I remember as a kid going downtown to Manual Arts High School, and I just remember seeing what it was like down there. I was like, how do you expect kids who go to this school to learn anything, right? And you have the real racists, right? The people who really don't think black people are their equal, who think that it's it's a waste of time to try to educate black people because they see black people as somehow less than. Um, and Yale did a study on this. It was let me give where sorry. So what was I saying? I was saying so these schools are just really really bad, and there's a lot of people who just think it's a complete waste of time to educate black people because they think black people are less than, and and they shirk away. Like, he kept on calling me a racist, and I know that game. Reminded me of when I was in 8th grade. So there was this girl, Shamika, in my class, and she was really smart. She was really, really smart. But she was also, she knew how to use the fact that she was black. And um, I remember we had a substitute teacher. Now, our normal algebra teacher, and this was 8th grade algebra, right? So hey, Michael, how you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. So let me just finish this. So she was really smart. This was 8th grade algebra. So I think it was Mrs. Schuster. She was a Jewish lady, white Jewish lady, right? And so she Shamika wasn't going to be able to play these games with her, but we had a substitute teacher, and he was a white man, and she knew how to play the race card, and she was playing him like a fiddle. At the end of the day, he was crying, right? And it was because he was scared, right? When somebody called him a racist, he's like, he had some guilt or something there, right? So it really got to him. And it's like, sorry, race card declined. Um, the people who know me know me. I'm not a racist. I treat black people as my equals, which means knowing when a black person is in fact a smart black person and a not so smart black person, an educated black person, and a not so educated black person. I don't treat all black people the same, right? So, Ben says he is probably teaching pretend Hebrew. No, I'm actually guessing. I mean, he seemed to know more than a lot of people. And Johnny said some studies show up to 70% of some level of belief in some black communities. Yeah, unfortunately, honestly, the how we educate the black community in our country is the biggest example of actual systemic racism, and it's the only racism that's not actually, that the systemic racism people are not actually not calling out, because that would mean that the Democrats would actually have to step up. And it's not in Alabama or some red state that Manual Arts High School is in Los Angeles. I know the Black community in Los Angeles. I know those schools, and I know those schools are failing the Black students in Los Angeles, and they can't blame that on Republicans. There are no Republicans in Los Angeles. It's all Democrats, and they don't want Black people educated. What did you have to say, Michael?
Well, I was kind of going to ask about that. Like, I mean, uh, is there like positive moral like outgrowth of this community, this Hebrew Israelite thing? Like, I mean, is it like, what are they trying to do like that a normal religion would do?
Well, I mean, okay. So again, I have my thing. I believe, like Maimonides says, that all of these things were created by God in order to prepare the world for the coming of the Messiah. And look, he is teaching some people some Hebrew, right? And for the communities that they're in, a lot of these people are actually much better educated. I mean, I so I used to work in the Black community in Los Angeles, and now I work mostly in the Hispanic community in Los Angeles. And I know a lot of people, smart people, very smart people. This is not to any way denigrate them, who are illiterate. And I remember I had this one woman come into my office, and she had turned 65, and I was signing her up for Medicare. And she told me about retiring. You know, she had raised all of her kids. She had worked 2 jobs to make it happen. Now she was retiring. Her kids were grown. And she told me that she had started going to adult literacy classes. And chokes me up. You know, she was like, I'm starting to read and I love it. And it's like, when you go to bad schools, right? Bad elementary schools, bad junior high schools, bad high schools, you're a 16, 17, 18-year-old who has not been taught to read at all, right? It's really, really hard to go to an adult literacy class and sit there and learn your ABCs. You know, it really is. And it's not their fault, and it's not because they're stupid. It's because they did not have that opportunity. So there is a lot of illiteracy in some of these communities with really bad schooling, including the Hispanic community, including the Black community. And so there is a lot more illiteracy than you realize, especially because for the people who come from communities where just it's assumed everybody's literate, right? You talk to somebody who's used to hiding it, right? And I've had plenty of clients. I had this one client. He was making $50,000-$60,000 a year. He was a mechanic. He was a good mechanic. Could not sign his own name, right? And I knew that. He knew that. He was hiding it, and he was spending good money hiding it, right? It is more expensive to live in the world as a poor person than as a moderately well, you know, even a middle income person. It is more expensive to live as a poor person than somebody middle class. much more expensive, right? And it was hurting him, but the man was 50 years old. He had a job. And on the side, he felt like he had to give me extra money to like help him hide it, because we both knew what was going on. It's like I wouldn't take his money. Um, but so I'm guessing in his community, the fact that he reads English very well. He was an EMT. Now he is reading Hebrew better than a lot of people. I mean, the man to some extent speaks two languages in a community where there is a lot of illiteracy. There really is. So, it's like you have to realize he is a lot like the guy who is a very good basketball player in his local park, and he goes down to the basketball court, and he's dunking on everyone, and so he thinks he can play with the big boys. And I remember seeing it in college, like people who were stars in whatever sport in their high school, and they came to college and my school had pretty nice teams, right? They came on an athletic scholarship, and they realized this is a whole other level, right? And I've had that happen to me as well. Like when I went to yeshiva, like, okay, when I tell people like I am not on the level of Chazi and Yosef, I'm not at all. Like people ask me, why aren't you studying Talmud like Yosef does? I'm not on that level. Like Yosef, what I know, he can fit in a thimble. Like, and he's getting his PhD in artificial intelligence. Like Yosef, like just different levels, right? Sam, same thing, like different levels, right? I can follow Sam, but like, John Vervaeke, different levels. And this guy, he's a big fish in a small pond, and he's made something of himself, which I think see, that's it. I don't think it's Dunning-Kruger. He's actually pretty smart. He is smarter than the average man. He just started a lot in a much more disadvantaged area than a lot of us do, and some of them, yeah. I mean, look, there are absolute clowns out there who shouldn't be teaching anything to anyone, right? Honestly, Zion Lex, he's successful because he's A, entertaining, and B, God bless him. He reads, and he's educated himself, and you cannot treat somebody who, look, my dad was teaching me my alphabet when I was 4, 5, 6, right? I went. I had some of the best teachers. I took college courses. And those college courses were really expensive, right? You can't compare it. At the same time, he's playing with the big boys now. He's, Dr. Michael Heiser. Like, I jokingly will say things about Dr. Heiser. I don't have a PhD in Hebrew,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just wonder, like, because of, the focus on like racial issues, like how much, I mean, I'm wondering, like, some of that probably comes out of like, the kind of black churches, the liberation theology that was like so focused on political stuff. And I mean, I just wonder, like, is this a community that's like lining itself up with like the woke ideology, or is it like anti-woke?
Oh no, they're definitely not. Well, okay, you have to understand, and I'm no expert in this stuff.
Yeah.
This is not my thing. But so you have to understand Marcus Garvey and Garveyite ideology is the precursor to this stuff.
Mm.
And so there
Well,
they
I
are.
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know a little bit about Marcus Garvey, but it seemed like the people that are still kind of holding the hands of the black community really were against Marcus Garvey. So
Well, okay, so hey, Chad, nice to see you. Um but okay, so you have to understand W.E.B. Du Bois, and that's how he said it, Du Bois, not Dubois. Um he There's a reason why you hear these people talk about black folk, because he actually went to Germany, and he actually like got steeped into some of the folkish, like Volkish German positive Christianity, like that whole Nazi ideology
mm,
is actually has also come into here. There's all kinds. It's a whole mishmash of stuff, and because of the CRT woke stuff, they they will not get corrected by the woke people. Like, nobody's going to say to them, no, this is bullshit history, because this is alternative ways of knowing. And they're treated like children, they're not treated like adults, right? And I remember, like, in college, talking to some black people about this, and having serious conversations. If you have not watched John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry gave a speech at Harvard, which they then repeated the next year because it went so well. It's on YouTube, but both of them are worth watching.
yeah,
And
I think is that the one PBK used in a
it's
clip
possible.
sometime? Yeah.
It's possible. It's worth watching. Just YouTube. Glenn Lowry, John McWhorter, Harvard. It was 2 years that back to back they did it. I mean, their show. I love Glenn Lowry. Glenn Lowry is, you know, he is a intellectual giant in our time. And the reason he does not get his due is because um, they they can't have somebody like him speaking. They can't. The woke, the establishment, they cannot have a black man with Glenn Lowry's history, Glenn Lowry's intelligence, his articulateness, and his capacity to um, really, like, he is an intellectual giant in our time, and that's why they have to keep him down. They have to. You cannot have somebody like Glenn Lowry, because he is just too powerful of a voice. Um, and people, I mean, I really wish that people like Zion Lex, instead of listening to some of the clowns they look, he's also been taken in. He started. I've tried. I mean, I don't know much about this guy. I've tried over the past 24 hours. I've tried to learn a little bit more about him, but he, like, started in the Hotep community, right? There is so he has moved from where he was. God love him. He has definitely moved from a place of utter darkness, and he's been climbing that hill. So I the more I think about it, the more I feel bad about laughing at him and stuff. I really do. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, because I guess it's not as new, it's not brand new, but because it's like a relatively young movement, it's not like, I mean, the one thing, say what you will about sola scriptura, I mean, I think it's not that important which Bible or which collection of books you have, but you have to realize, like, it's not like like Scientology or something where it's like all the books are written by this one guy. You know, you
Right.
you know that the Bible is more authoritative than a guy who came up with this thing within the last 100 years. So I
Well, they
think,
do have some books like that are Scientology like,
yeah,
and their interpretation really does poison some of the Bible. And I mean, look, I think Karav Hashem Lachol Korav Lachol Asher Yikrahu Be'emet. God is close to all who call upon him, all who call on him in truth. And frankly, I believe that if you are a Hindu, and there is no religion I find worse than Hinduism, certainly not a major religion, because it is literal idolatry, right? But
oh,
I
yeah,
think I think at the same time, right? God, he loves all his children. And if somebody is growing up in rural India and you're expecting them, and if they move from Hinduism to Krishna consciousness, which is very much closer to monotheism, right? I think I think God's justice is infinite. God knows where he created you. God knows which way you traveled, right? So, you know, I can't judge this guy.
yeah. Well, I
And
think it will be interesting. I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see how it changes over time. And like, it's interesting because I was watching a bunch of stuff recently about Mormonism, and it's interesting because they, like, if you go to Mormon church, they have real Bibles, but they put more of an emphasis on, no, you should really focus on reading the Book of Mormon and study that. Like, the Bible is here for, whatever, for this and that. But then everybody who converts out of Mormonism, it's because they are like, I just started reading the regular Bible. I'd never read it before. And then I realized Mormonism it's pretty bad and made up. Like, the and it's like, and honestly, the thing is it's like, Joseph Smith, he wanted to be a polygamist, and he had like 34 wives or whatever. Like, it's kind of hard to like change the fact that, like, he had a selfish agenda in starting this thing. But
okay,
over
my
time, it's changed, and it's like lined up much more with regular religions.
I don't know if you're like setting these up for me, because have you heard my very famous joke I tell all the time? Why did God create Mormons? So Christians know how Jews feel. Um, just because you staple a bunch of things to the back of our Bible, you know,
Well,
and Christians, they're like, oh well, we focus on the New Testament, not the Old Testament, and it's like, where do you think all these Jewish converts are coming from? It's like people who start with the New Testament, and they actually read their Bible, and that's the only way we get Jewish converts. I mean, we're not evangelizing. The fact there are Jewish converts, and there have been through history, like now it actually makes a lot more sense that there are Jewish converts. But like people converting 200, 300 years ago, they were Christians who read their Bible, and like decided they wanted to be a part of the Jewish people 200, 300 years ago, you have to realize in that environment, like what that meant. So, um, and and look, I believe in this process. I believe that God created Christianity so that the Hebrew Bible would be spread all over the world, and Christians have done a great job at, translating it to all these languages. But ultimately, and look, reducing the number of gods from many to three, that's step up, you know? But ultimately, the truth is what God revealed to Moses on Sinai.
Well, I think whoever's right and I think we all must be wrong about something, and so that's why God is a gracious God, but because I'm basically a Puritan. Like I don't think I it's weird. It's weird because like I see all of the stuff of traditions. I'm not like the people that like I see that there is beauty in that and that all that stuff is worth preserving, and like even like the fact that there are still some Samaritan Jews, like that shows you like I feel like God, anything that God has a hand in, He's going to preserve at least to some extent,
To some extent, yeah.
yeah, and so I'm not saying so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that this could just be, these are people that don't have, they were robbed of their original culture, and they are figuring out how the Bible fits in with their culture, and yeah, hopefully, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a phase of like early sects to always be persecuting Jews, because I feel like most of the Christian denominations don't support that anymore. So
Well, I mean, so this is part of being. Look, God has endowed us with an extra gift. I believe that as his. That's what it means to be chosen. And what it means to be chosen to serve, right? Like Jesus says, you shall not be like the Gentiles, which lord it, their leaders lord it over them. To be the firstborn son means you are the one who has the most responsibility of all the children, right? And so that is the suffering servant, right? That Isaiah is talking about. And he very explicitly, now you can also say maybe it's also about Jesus, but it is explicitly about Israel. And so the man of sorrows, right, who bears the stripes of man, first and foremost is Israel. And that's something we have to do. That is our history, and that's going to be our history until the news comes. And if you don't accept that as a Jew, you're not really accepting being Israel, because that's what it means to be Israel. It means to be a servant to all. That's so we say mamlechet kohanim, right? A nation of priests. But the verb kohen, right? Chaf he nun, also means to serve. So to that is, we were taken out of slavery in Egypt to be slaves, to God, right? It says ani abdacha ben amatecha pitachta lemosarai. I am your slave, the son of your female slave, meaning I was born into your slavery. You have opened my chains, right? What freedom God gives you is to serve him. So I look, if these are what we have to take, we have to take. And it but we believe that in the end, God will vindicate um those those who suffered unjustly will receive their reward, and those who made others suffer unjustly will receive their reward. But ultimately, everything happens because of what God has in store for all of humanity. From the very beginning, right? When God created the world, he saw that it was good, meaning what it was good, meaning that in the end, all of humanity, right? God, it says over and over again, I do not wish for the death of any man, right? So God has had a plan for salvation for all his children, his whole world from the very beginning. And what we know, what Genesis tells us more than anything else is at the beginning, God saw. What does it mean for God to see, right? Means God saw that which was afar. And that's why the light, right? Why do you create what is the point of light? The point of light is to be able to see, right? So the first thing God created was light, and that light is the Torah. And it is amazing that from a very tiny nation, it has reached the farthest islands, which is amazing. And ultimately, it is going to be vindicated, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Bye, Johnny.
yeah.
Just gonna say, Ben. So Islam, I have to say, somebody who's actually listening mostly to a lot of the teachings of Islam are far better than the actions of the people who profess to be Muslims. And so, again, I think God created Islam and Christianity so that the world would eventually reach what he
Well,
meant to do.
the problem with Islam though is the most dangerous part about it is also their insistence that you only listen to the Quran, even though they sort of say that like the Hebrew scriptures and the New Testament were also from God, but they say that they're corrupted and they don't let people read them, or they don't want people to read them. So
I'm sorry.
oh,
Somebody messaged me. Say that again.
well, no, Islam says that the Hebrew scriptures and the New Testament are, um, that they were
Yeah,
true messages from
true and then
God.
corrupted. Yeah,
But yes, but they're corrupted, even though it doesn't say that in the Quran. But they only want you to read the Quran.
yeah. You do realize there are certainly Protestants who say, and I clipped that thing. Protestants who say, well, we should only read Paul, not Jesus, because the Gospels were Jesus' message to the Jews, and it was only Paul. And then you have Christians who are like New Testament only, and they don't bother with the Old Covenant. And so, again, I think it all goes back to Moses, which is the foundation. And, it is light dispersing, right? It says, or lagoim, light onto the nations. And it is light dispersing throughout the world. And I think we see that when you look at history, when you take a long look at history, you see, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, you see that's precisely what has happened over the time. And of course, Chad, yeah, pull my finger. I love you, Chad. You're welcome to come on, if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back to work. But
Get back to work.
good to
Thank you
talk
for
to
coming
you.
on. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Uh, I mean, if people want to discuss, do comment, or you can DM me. Uh, Otherwise, I might actually do some things useful for a while, maybe. There are a bunch of people watching, so if people have things they want to discuss, we can. Just trying to make sure everything's going okay. Um, hey, I'm not sure which email you sent it to. My personal email is just my last name at Gmail. And I also have a business email, which um, yeah, I'm not seeing your email, Hebrew Israelism. Maybe it's in my spam folder. Oh, there it is. Yes, it was in my spam folder. Let me see what. Um, hey, so I had, when I was in yeshiva, I had that a bunch of my friends were from Joburg and Cape Town. Uh, Dude, if you want to come on my if you want to come on my show, you should. Let me put a link to my Discord server in the chat. We This community is um in is very on Discord. So um if you want to talk and stuff, and yeah, I mean, don't know how much. Oh, you're from Joburg. Yeah, yeah. Some of my really good friends. I went to Or Sameach in Jerusalem, and some of my good friends were a thing. Okay, yeah. Um, I'm just reading your email. I would love to help. Um, but honestly, like if you come onto the Discord, Yosef might actually even be a better resource. He like I said, he's much smarter than I am, and Chezi too. So, you know, um, yeah. I mean, I just teach elementary stuff, so yeah. I need to get my articles ready and then they can be reviewed. I'm just using some Aramaic from the Torah to determine some stuff. Okay, I mean, sure, whatever. Yeah, but like, what I would say is come on to the Discord because there are much smarter people than me on there. So yeah, I'm in Los Angeles. Yeah, so in the San Fernando Valley. So I sent Alexa's video to a friend of mine. Um, so this is his comments. The sound effects and the sound quality are almost unbearable. I'm 16 minutes in, and you haven't said anything bad, and he hasn't said anything of substance. I'm not sure why you would ever even mention somebody like this, not popular or relevant, in your own videos. You're asking for trouble. No, he actually is. He's much more popular. He doesn't. Let me. Uh, yeah, and he had specific he had specific timestamps that he went to, um, because like he was trying to show um, the what what he thought was the worst parts without embarrassing himself too much. Um, which, I mean, unfortunately for him, he really did. Like, I'll go over it in I'll go over it in my response, but he really embarrassed himself. I was watching live, and I had gone on there, and I tried to comment, and they hid my obviously they hid me. Um and I just felt bad for him. I really did. Like, I'm watching, and he's just digging deeper and deeper, and that's when I made the thumbnail. It's like he called me in vocab Dumb and Dumber. It's like, dude, he was just embarrassing himself. Um, and I kind of felt bad for him. It's like, dude, like I I'm sure I make plenty of mistakes like that, but you recognize when somebody knows more than you, and that when they're correcting you, they when they're correcting you, they're you know maybe you want to take a step back before you start smack talking like he did, because so the Exodus 3:18 thing, like, he he um he zooms in on it. He's like, I want to show you, right? Because he thinks he's got me. And it's like, oh, bro, like, you're zooming in, and you don't see it. It's like, honestly, it's hard to watch. And he just kept digging and digging and digging. And it's like, oh, man. And, you know, I'm I'm not some sort of saint. Like, watching him do it, and it's at the same time, like, I'm sorry, but like, this this type of stuff, like, this type of stuff, really, when you pin this type of stuff on, and it's like, dude, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a turn the other cheek type of guy, and um so it's like, you're coming at me with this type of stuff, you know um dude. And, and so part of me was like, keep digging. It's like, keep digging. You're just making it worse and worse, right? And part of me was like, it just felt bad for him, because, look, dude, so there's this one part where he shows this antique, well, he said it was a Bible, not sure, though. What he showed is usually actually a Siddur. So it could be a Tanakh. I haven't seen it. But that type of cover is the with a nice silver cover. Actually, those are usually Siddurim. Those aren't Tanakhs, and he called it a Tanakh. I haven't seen it. Um, um, but, like, he said, this is $500, and I'm like, you know what? That's a lot of money to him. And you know, he is spending that $500 on a on an antique blinged out Bible. He thinks. I mean, it might actually be a Tanakh. So I have seen that cover also on Tanakhs. It's usually a Siddur. Like, obviously, I don't know which his is, but like, I don't know if he knows enough Hebrew to know, especially because those Sidurim often also have a Tanakh at the end, right? In the back. They might have both, or all Sidurim have the weekday readings, just like the Monday, Thursday readings in the back. So he might have opened it up from the wrong side, all right, the left side, and he opens it up and um, he sees the weekly readings, and he's like, "Oh, so this is a Tanakh, right? Maybe." Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, if he was buying it and I was with him, I would have told him to check, right? Um, but we won't hide them unless they insult, threaten, etc. They hide because they can't win an argument. Yeah. Um, he yeah, I'm not hiding. Obviously, I mean, if you want my cell phone number, it's just Google my name. My cell phone number is there. If you want to call and you want to talk to me, like, I'm not that important, dude. Nobody's calling. You know. Um. Yeah, but like, so when I saw, and he said this is $500, so you could tell that's like a lot of money for him, and it is a lot of money. When Nancy Pelosi, I don't know if you guys remember the stimulus, when it was supposed to be 2,000 and they passed 1,600, and she made fun of the $400. That, like, really made me, um if they call go live, uh I wouldn't even know how to do that. I mean, if he wants to come on my show, on my channel, he's more than welcome. Honestly, if he wants to have me on his channel, um, I would record it on my side, just I because I don't trust him, honestly. Like, dude, this is the pinned comment, and of course, um, it, my comment. It The honest thing to do would be to pin my comment, right? That's the honest thing to do. You know, I know you won't show this comment, but you really should have stopped digging. But of course, it's not showing on his channel, I'm sure. It certainly isn't the pin comment. This is the pin comment, and it's like, how much kindness am I supposed to have towards this guy when he does stuff like this? Like, really? This is the pinned comment on your response to me. Really? Um, $500 ain't much to a person who sold their soul for 3,000 a month or so. I mean, honestly, if he's charging $300 for his classes, and you know, $500 is a lot of money to him. I don't know. I mean, he has kids to feed. You know, he has a wife. He he has kids to feed. But like, what can I say about a man who spends $500 buying a blinged out Tanakh, right? And if that is your pride and joy, then I can only respect that. I honestly, like, he's not he's not he's not buying rims, right? He with that money, he's not he's spending it on God's word. So, you know, you have to respect that. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, if he really does charge $300, you have to understand that the Israelite culture, it's very aggressive, and the goal is to cut down your opponent. I battle them all the time, but if you're not accustomed to it, it's a bit different. Yeah, and to some extent, a lot of them think that you won't say things. See, so this is, dude. Um, um, like I think I, part of the problem is um part of the problem is you can't let these people play you too much, right? Like, they will demand apologies for everything, and so you have to be careful about also being too weak, because if you're constantly demonstrating weakness, like, that's also not going to work, right? Like, if all I say to hey Gavin,
Hello.
if all I say is, if I'm constantly apologizing for every mistake that I made, I think that's also a mistake, and that's why I wanted to talk to Gavin about it, because I think Gavin seems to disagree with that. So go
Oh,
lay
well,
out your argument.
I'd say, what was the most important thing that you wanted to teach um, Zion Lex, for example?
Well, okay. First of all, I never thought he would ever watch any of my videos. He's got a pretty big channel. Like, 500 people were listening to his response to me live, and that video has what? How many thousands of views?
Yeah,
So, I mean, it almost has 5,000 views. Like, that's almost more than my number one video, my Genesis 1 video.
yeah.
So, uh,
Well,
so I never even thought he would ever watch it. And honestly, if I had thought he would have watched it, I I would have been more respectful. I would have.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it would be pretty cool to be able to have a conversation with him and be able to, um, he could try to call you out on the mistakes you made, and then you could, um, like, if he had a list, you could go through and say, yes, this one I could have done better on. This one I could have done better on. And then if there was right?
That's the problem, Gavin. It's too much. It's letting them shift the focus. Like,
What should the focus be on?
the focus shouldn't be on inadvertent mistakes. Like, inadvertent mistakes, we all make inadvertent mistakes. Some things are obvious. For example, the Aleph, right, in Israelim, he knows better than the Aleph. He admitted it, of course, because he wants to move on from there, right? But what happened with the Mater Lecciones, right? That part where vocab, I mentioned it to vocab, and I was trying to be nice, and frankly, I was a lot nicer than he gave me credit for. And when I go over it, like, I am going to go over it in painful detail because he went over it in painful detail. Like, I was listening to him, and it was like, and he zooms in on it, right? He absolutely zooms in on it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, you're I like, when, okay, so when earlier today, he was vocab had the snippet, well, it was a pretty long thing from our discussion on his channel. Zion Lex actually showed up in the comments, right? And I pointed out to him his mistake. I'm like, dude, you should have stopped digging. And I told him exactly what it was. And I almost hope he does take down his video, because it's really embarrassing. It really is incredibly embarrassing. And he zooms in on it, right? He's like, oh, look at this. Let me make this big enough for you. And it's like, oh,
Well,
man.
that's where I was before I hopped in. But I'm not, like, I don't know Hebrew, and I don't even believe it's important. So I'm an oddball.
No, and frankly, honestly, it's not, those aren't, like, the fact he didn't whether you write text menu cod, like, and it's not like I know all my nekudot that well. I really don't. That's why I use the constructor website. Like, that website will actually do all the nekudot, like, do the vocalizations for you. And what I thought was the reason that had happened was maybe he had actually gone to Exodus 3:18 and pulled it off, and he had deleted what are the cancellations, right? And I understand what happened there. Like, so anybody who's learned to read Hebrew, right, with the vocalizations, knows to ignore the cancellations, and he thought the dagesh in the yod is a he's
Yeah.
look, there's a lot of small stuff he doesn't know, right? And I wouldn't pick up on that small stuff. I really would not. But then this is what he does. Like, he's zooming in on it. You have to call that out. You can't. That's not just a little mistake. That's not me saying that's not important. He's presuming to correct me, and he's just digging and digging and digging.
Well, I know about math, and I
Right.
know about the Holy Spirit. Like,
Okay.
I know there's things I know about. So it's yeah, and like, ideally, like, the ideal situation. What is the ideal situation with, for example, Hebrew Israelites and people who are not Hebrew Israelites? I don't even know the difference between them and the different types of Judaism, for example.
So, okay, Black Hebrew Israelites, they're mostly Christians, mostly. Okay, and they come out of this weird brew of con men and bad history, and
They're not gonna like that.
What?
They're not gonna like you saying that.
I'm sorry, it's true.
Yeah. Well, it's all about what you consider to be the authority.
Look, no. See, this is the thing. You're falling into the postmodernist trap. Like, it's
Well,
not just authority.
well,
There's actual facts out there that whether or not you believe in them, they're
uh,
gonna smack you in the face. Like,
what is the truth? That's the question we asked last time we talked. What is the truth? And I had said
okay,
that the
yeah.
definition of truth for me is that which works, right? And so if we are trying to do this kind of splitting thing about, these words mean this or this words means this, it doesn't work. We no longer are productive. We're not working towards something that would be like increased peace on
Hold on.
earth.
Okay,
Okay.
Gavin. So these people have what they call Lashawan Kadash,
And
right?
when you say these people, they don't like that.
Okay. I
So
am talking about a specific group of people.
the
And
Hebrew Israelites, they do not like what?
the clowns, is that better?
I don't refer to
These
people that way.
clowns, if you prefer these clowns, I'll go these clowns. Because they're clowns. They are clowns. They have Lashawan Kadash, right? Which is a made up, like it's like it's a kid's language trying to be Hebrew. It's completely made up, right? And you can't speak a made up, like,
You
that's some
you
and this was what vocab was saying,
so
right?
there's some cognitive distortions going on right now.
What do you mean?
So
What?
so how important is this, right? That's the
that
question.
that
Like this
they
seems
are
like
using
this
that
seems
they
like
are using a
mislabeling.
language that doesn't actually communicate. That's very important. These people are sitting around learning a language that's not a language.
And
It's
what kind of conclusions do they
it's
arrive at
bullshit.
what kind of conclusions do they arrive at that are incorrect?
Tons of them. I mean,
What's
they are living their life. They are actually studying the Bible with a language that's not a real language.
I mean,
It's like they made up this fake
how
code.
is it worse than the King James version?
Much worse. The King James version at least has meaning and it has words. Like,
Well,
this is a fake. This is like,
I was just
imagine
I was just
imagine
listening to the Son of Man debate with you and Sam from the
mm,
past.
right?
I mean, so there was this confusion about the Son of Man.
See, again, you're falling into this false equivalence, Gavin. It's a false equivalence. There are, for example, my disagreements with, for example, Dr. Michael Heiser or Father Stephen DeYoung. Father Stephen is a genuine, respectable person I disagree with. He makes arguments that I disagree with, which are legitimate arguments, right? And I have to give him his due respect because of that. Like, if you watch my commentary videos on him, like, if Father Stephen was willing to come on my channel, I would show him all the respect that he is due as somebody who has written respectable books and who holds a respectable position I disagree with. That's not what these clowns are doing. These clowns are clowns. And you cannot equate clowns with people like Dr. Heiser or and Father DeYoung has a PhD. Right?
It depends on your goal.
What
Like,
do you mean?
what's your goal?
My goal is human flourishing, I would say.
And what are the Hebrew Israelites teaching that is preventing human flourishing?
Ignorance, stupidity.
Those are words. Those are words. Give me an example. Give me an idea. A bad idea.
Lashawan Kadash. It's all ignorance. It is anyone who is studying Lashawan Kadash is dumber for it.
What's the worst idea they have?
Lashawan Kadash is one of the bad ones.
And what is that?
It's this fake language they've made up.
I still haven't heard an idea though. Like, what's their worst idea? Like, do they believe that we should be mistreating children? Like, do they
Oh,
believe?
if you want
Do
to go
they
down there,
do they
yeah.
believe that
Oh,
we should?
okay,
Like,
these people, these clowns,
and
these
that's
people,
not my words, but
my words,
yeah,
these
your words.
clowns, showed up at they have showed up at a kosher store with guns and killed people.
Is it fair to stereotype all of them?
Yes, because this is a direct, directly involved in their ideology. Yes.
So why? Okay, what is the idea that encourages them to want to kill people?
To kill Jews.
Yeah, what is this?
They teach that that real Jews, actual Jews, have stolen their heritage. They teach all kinds of false history about real Jews, which teaches hate, which is the reason why so many of these clowns are in fact murdering people. They've murdered people. So don't give me that. It's like no, I'm sorry. These clowns deserve to be stopped.
Yeah, it reminds me. It reminds me of the people who say they deserve to be locked in prison for growing plants in their backyard.
Some people do. Some people do.
But you're stereotyping though. You can't group everyone up together.
Gavin, no. This is completely, you are buying into this I shall not judge at all, and you can't live your life like that.
No,
it's bullshit.
I could have a conversation with this guy. I was listening to him. I could have a conversation with him.
Okay.
But I don't know, could you have a conversation with him? Would it be productive?
I don't know if it would be productive. That is part of the problem. But whoever his audience is, like people actually watching him, they need to know that this guy is pretending to be something he's not. He's teaching things which are false and stupid.
Well, it would be nice to ask him, does he agree with going and killing people in a synagogue, for example?
I'm sure he'll say that well, okay, hold on. So what's Mr. Zion Lex doing when this is the pinned tweet on his this is the pinned comment on his response to me?
So right now he thinks you're a racist.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
That's a lie.
That's your mind reading. Your mind reading.
No, I am not mind reading. He knows that's a lie.
You've gave me these weapons of cognitive distortions.
Look, if it were a cognitive distortion, I would agree with you. He knows I'm not a racist. He knows that.
I've met a lot.
Come on, Gavin. Nobody's ever deliberately lied about you.
No.
People deliberately lie, Gavin. Don't be so naive.
I don't know. The people that I've met, they make mistakes, and when I talk to them,
people who make mistakes. See, this is you're being so open-minded.
No,
your mind is falling out.
Every single person I ever have a conversation with ends up, they either begin to ignore me, or they end up. Well, most people begin to ignore me. I'll put it that way.
Look, no, I mean, at some point, you're just going too far with this ideology.
Do you know why they begin to ignore me?
Probably because you keep on repeating the same things.
They begin to ignore me because I'm more righteous than they are, and they can't stand to be around someone who's actually a better human being than they are.
Gavin.
That's why I get ignored.
I think you need to be a little bit more humble. I don't think that's why Joey, for example, started to ignore you. You were rude on his server in ways that honestly, if I was in Joey's place, I would have banned you from my server too. That was rude and indefensible.
You created a prison channel when I gave you the idea.
Yes, that's my
That's
thing, and
that's
my server is small enough to do something like that. But on a server as big as Bridges of Meaning, no, I would have banned you. What you did was inexcusable, and you still would not apologize for it. And look,
I actually no. I actually reached out to Joey and was willing to have a conversation with him, but he ignored me. So you you're mind reading again.
No,
you're mind reading again.
No, this is the thing. It's like you can't be captured by ideology the way you often are.
What's my ideology?
You keep on repeating things as if they are absolutes. That's like ideological possession. You have to have a theology, not an ideology.
Give me an example of an absolute that I believe in.
That you should never ban anybody from anything.
I haven't said that. I say that there's a process.
Should I ban is there any time I should ban somebody from my Discord server?
Yes.
What?
Ideally, you would have a channel for people to go into a prison where they would be restricted from speaking. And then you would also have a channel for a justice system to take place, such that there could be a kind of trial. And then based on the outcome of the trial, you could end up banning the person. And there would be a process by which this could improve. So there would be a learning process as well. So yes, there could be banning, but there would also be the opportunity to improve and do error correction for everyone involved.
This is too much nuance. This is too much nuance.
When you disagree with nuance, you're getting into a splitting territory.
Again, I have to say this.
You were the one who just accused me of being someone who is ideologically possessed.
Gavin, I do think you are with the level of nuance you are trying to use, which is both impractical and crippling. It is.
So says the person who wants us to have a justice system that works. So whenever I'm trying to participate in a means by which we can discover better justice systems, you're deterring that spirit of wanting to discover better justice systems and participate in those justice systems.
No. And I think
where else do I participate in helping to create better justice systems?
Hold on. Again,
okay, I'll just put it this way.
Sure we're talking. Let's make sure we're talking to each other. Okay. What I am trying to say is there is a point at which nuance and fine grain, individual the attempt at perfection and error correction is crippling. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
That's when I asked the question last time we talked, when is it appropriate to be cruel? And we said it's when an enemy is attempting to cause you harm. That's when you should be cruel. So when an enemy comes into my house and threatens the life of my children, okay, I don't have time for nuance. Right. So when we're in this virtual space, we have years.
No, we don't. No, that's part of the problem.
Okay,
you are not allocating finite resources in a pragmatic manner. I don't have infinite time for Zion Lex. I don't have infinite time for you. I don't have infinite time for anybody because I don't have infinite time.
Yeah, that's the problem with the world, is because we aren't willing to put in the time to actually listen to each other.
No. See, that's part of what I'm trying to help. This is what I believe, which is in disagreement with you. Okay, I think there are plenty of people who know how to filibuster, who know how to in fact use your willingness to give them time in order to cripple you. And it is crippling. They are using this
I've
willingness of yours to cripple you.
So I've been doing this my whole life, and I don't feel like I'm crippled.
I think that
You think I'm crippled?
I think that you would do better if you were more willing to allocate your time in a more judicious manner. Yes.
And what would be the outcome of that? What would be, what is my goal, and how would I be closer of accomplishing my goal?
Whatever your goal is,
My goal is peace on earth.
No. Whatever your goal is, proper allocation of your resources will lead to improved results.
And when I look around, I have a very good life.
I am very glad, and I hope you flourish and you have a great life. Again, what I'm telling you is what I believe, which is you have finite resources.
Have you ever played sports?
Yes, not very well, but yes.
Not very well. So I've played sports, and I've been in bands, and I've done a lot of things that require me to be able to manage my time and my attention.
Okay.
It's like I actually have a very good skill at doing this.
Okay, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I still think there are places where, for example, with this Zion Lex thing, I think that your willingness to give Black Hebrew Israelites more credit than they are due, as opposed to summarily rejecting what is harmful and stupid, is in fact
So
keeping humanity as a whole from moving forward at the pace I think we are capable of moving forward. I think you are over calibrating for nuance and individual judgment and being kind and all that stuff. And I think you are miscalibrating.
I think that Zion Lex would not have a conversation with me because I am not going to be able to help his with his goals. Now, if his goals are peace on earth, then he would have a conversation with me. But if they aren't peace on earth, then and they're something like let's increase the subscriber count and make more money, then he would not want to have a conversation with me.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying there.
I'm just saying people are motivated based on their goals.
Okay.
That's the reason people do things. And so when I reach out to people who are trying to do things like teach, I can come in with a set of skills. I'm an expert in software engineering, software design, and I can come in, I can help someone be able to teach, right? So, and when you work together with people who have an expertise that you don't have toward a common goal, you can accomplish more together. You can be more productive. So my strategy is to just use my skills and try to be a servant and offer my help to people and see who's willing to receive help. And then I end up working with those people.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand the point you're making in this context.
Well, it's the question is, how should you live your life? And so I'm trying to embody the proper way of living your life.
What I would say is there is a reason why you're the only person who has that mod level on my Discord without me having actually met you in real life, because I respect a lot of the things you have to say. And I think you are in fact oriented in the correct way. Again, what my criticism would be is I think that
Do you know how to create peace on earth, Jacob?
No.
Okay. So that's
Do
the
you?
goal.
Do you?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, you're just wrong.
Okay. The guy who says he's not an expert says the
Right.
guy who says he is an expert is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, it's obvious you think you can do something that you obviously cannot. That's just delusional, Gavin.
That's okay.
Hebrew Israelism says they throw out the race card all the time. It's par for the course. Everyone who goes against them will be called a racist at some point. Yeah, it's a weapon they know works against some people, and that's what he's doing. Thank you, Ben. I will always take the agreements. And even Jesus used the scourge to get the money changers out of the temple. Some people cannot be reasoned with. Look, again, it's finite resources. That's what's going on here. You cannot treat finite resources like they're infinite. You just can't.
Well, I'm enjoying being outside. I'm enjoying the breeze.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
I'm at peace.
Okay. Glad to hear it. You know I love you, Gavin.
Yeah. I know. My recommendation is to try to be a loving person toward everyone. That's my recommendation. Try to be honest.
I agree with you. I think sometimes, and I think you see that with your children, sometimes being loving is denying them.
I don't call my children clowns.
Sometimes if they're acting clownishly, and Zion is not my child. That's
So we're all God's children.
okay. But again, I mean, this was actually something I tweeted out today, is people overextend. In fact, okay, let me pull this tweet up.
So like my hope is that Zion Lex would see this and would see, oh, this Gavin guy seems like a decent guy. He seems honorable. He seems like he's trying to help.
I would hope for that, but yeah. Okay, so this was and this is a congressman who from Texas who tweeted this. Baby formula should go to Americans before illegals. This should not have been said. And I quote tweeted it, and I said, this is a difficult one, but needs to be said. Yes, our Father in heaven loves all of his children equally, and the innocent babies most of all. But we have a duty first to those who are closest to us. See Maimonides' Laws of Gifts to the Poor for details. And I mean, that's a long text, because I think part of the problem of Christianity is going overboard with this idea of equality and not enough hierarchy. And I think that's part of what has led to a lot of the problems we have today, is insufficient respect for hierarchy.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of hierarchy.
Look, it's I'm not sure if I would create hierarchy if I had the choice, but I'm not sure it's my choice, you know. And to some extent, what we have to temper is our wishes for, and that's why I really like the Alcoholic's Prayer, right? God, give me the strength to change those things that I can, the grace to accept those things which I cannot, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Well, head out and go be a dad because I do understand this thing about priorities and attention.
Good.
I would just say that this tendency to be in a rush, right, to overvalue our time, that's going to be the reason why people ignore those who are wise, those who have the answers, those who are the experts, and because we're moving too fast to be able to do the error correction. If sometimes you have to slow down in order to actually recognize the mistakes you're making and to identify the good ideas and the people who are doing good work. You can't just keep rushing.
I think the opposite is going on.
Okay. Well, I see everybody rushing around. That's what I see, including you.
No, see, that's the thing. I think people are in fact doing the opposite. That's what I see. That's how I see it. I think people are insufficiently being dismissive of things that are obviously stupid and wrong.
I can see my responsibilities on the other side of this black device.
Okay.
So whenever I go in and review my conversation with people that I disagree with, I can go through it the first time and then I learn because I control what I learn and how much I learn. And then I review that again and I learn more and I learn more. I don't control what I teach. So I have no control over what you learn or what anyone else learns. So by slowing down, we can actually learn a whole bunch.
This is part of why I do make sure, and I hope it's clear, I do make sure to have you in my distributed cognition, because I think this is a place that requires fine calibration, and I always want a Gavin there.
Yeah, I'm like the advocate for the people that you think are the enemy.
Maybe. I mean, I certainly.
I think you need one.
I value. Oh, I value you as a part of my distributed cognition.
I appreciate that.
Okay, go be a dad.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, some people can't be reasoned with, honestly. Yeah, and frankly, I mean, again, like I God has given me more time than a lot of people who are, like, again, Yosef or Sam or Chezi. These are or PVK or lots of people. There are lots of people who have much more restricted time than I do, especially during this is like my off season. And hopefully I can help with the Aleph bet, the simple stuff. But that's also part of knowing where you are in your in the hierarchy, right? Like if Chezi or Yosef were to correct my Hebrew, I would take that correction because I recognize that, they're both smarter than me and know Hebrew more than I do, right? I think establishing that type of hierarchy is just really, really important. And so, I think hopefully, what I'm doing here is providing some sort of a line, a throughput to people like even Dr. Michael Heiser or Father Stephen or a lot of people who I'm not on their level. So that video which Ginger, Bill, and Sam made commenting on Sir Roger Penrose speaking with William Lane Craig, right? Because both of those guys, both Ginger, Bill, and Sam, are just so much smarter than I am. Their discussion did not bring the Sir Roger and William Lane Craig down to my level. Like, they were having a discussion on another level that, like, I could barely understand. So they're like people I could barely understand were were discussing something I was hoping for them to explain, right? And again, I think this is a problem of distributed cognition. These are people that are a lot smarter than I am, and I recognize that. And it's like, if Sam were spending, or let's say Yosef or Chazi were spending the same amount of time teaching elementary Hebrew as I am, that would be a waste of their time, right? It's not a waste of my time because this is what I know, right? And this is the limit of my knowledge. And so I teach elementary Hebrew because that's what one of my rabbis once said, if you know Aleph Beis, you teach Aleph Beis. If you know Talmud, you teach Talmud, right? And I know, where my level is. I'm, if you want to learn Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that, like Rabbi Pinchas Levine, sorry, Levin. Now I'm forgetting his name. He was on my channel. Like, he is on a whole different level, and he has a YouTube channel, right? And I am grateful for whatever time but like, if you're expecting him to teach Aleph Beit, right, that's a waste of resources. Some people are children of the devil. Ultimately, all things are created by God, even the devil. And ultimately, all things, right? Gamzu latova. Even this is for the good. Or what Rabbi Akiva said is, Kol da Rahmana Avid latav Avid. Right? All that the merciful has done, he has done for the good. That doesn't mean Kol da Rahmana Avid tav Avid. It's latav Avid. He did for the good. It doesn't mean it is all good. It's not all good. We make mistakes. We move in the wrong direction. But yeah. Okay. It's good to have good people as resources. Yeah, this was another thing like that I noticed with him is with Zion Lex. It's like, you want to be the head of. So Pirkei Avot says, be the tail of a lion, not the head of jackals, right? You always want to be the tail of a lion, not the head of jackals. And it's easy to try to be a big fish in a small pond, and you have to have a measure of humility to recognize you're a small fish in a big pond, right? I'm a small fish in a big pond. Like, and honestly, it's like Zion Lex has much. I mean, he's very entertaining. He has a much bigger audience than I do, and I'm sure he worked really hard to get it, right? So, and fellow watchmen, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go get a drink, and let's see. I don't want to lose my voice before I do my response video. Or maybe I should, so I don't talk too much. I'm gonna go get a drink and stuff, and I'll be back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm a tiny fish in a puddle. No. I mean, there's a reason why I invited you to teach on my channel. You know your alphabet. You know your biblical Hebrew. A lot people better than a lot of people. I think you would agree with me. You know that Yosef and Chazi, obviously, they know their Hebrew much better than the two of us do. But again, it's not like Yosef and Chazi have the time to teach what, you know. Well, even you haven't had the time to teach. You know, you've been busy with other stuff. So okay, I'm gonna go get some tea and some more water. I'll be back. Yeah, my modern Hebrew is horrible. Um, when I was in Israel, the only person who understood me talking was my cousin, who's an archaeologist. Because so I was using the roots in all 7 binyanim, right? And obviously in modern Hebrew, you don't actually use the roots in all 7 binyanim, and they have certain meanings. So like, she understood what I was trying to say because she knows English and she knows biblical Hebrew, and she grew up speaking modern Hebrew. So like, and she's an archaeologist. Like, when she came to the United States, she came to the United States to lecture at a at pretty big colleges. Like, she's that level of archaeologist, and so she could understand what I'm saying. Um, this guy is a fish. Okay. Hi, Rodrigue Ancion. Welcome. I drink like a fish, but I also drink what a fish drinks. It's all water and tea and coffee and stuff like that. I actually like, still listening to Zion Lex. Uh, I thought of making a drinking game of all each time he calls me a racist. I actually so I made this banner to keep to keep track of all the times that he calls me a racist. Like, it's over and over and over. And it's like, dude. Um, if I were a racist, I wouldn't mind. And since I'm not a racist, I don't care. Um, I don't have the guilty conscience, you know. So it's like, you can play that all you want. um, Usually I'm lying. Like, that's good to hear. That's good to hear, man. Not sure what you mean by yes, ma'am. Uh, anyway, okay. I do have to actually do some work, so I'm gonna do that. Like, there are people watching. I mean, it's nice to get all this attention. I don't usually get all this attention. Like, my channel's tiny, so this has kind of been exciting. Stay safe. The ones that dox people are insane. I mean, so this has been part of. By the way, hi. I don't know you, Gunnar. This, I mean, it's nice to be getting this attention. Honestly, it's like I'm nobody, but and like he's got this huge channel. Like my videos do not get 4,000 views, so he's responding to my video. It's like, you know, okay, like but my name has always been right there, right? Jacob Federecci, my website, you know, everything's right there. If 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 they want to come, like, what are they going to do to me? Like, maybe if I had a wife and kids, I would worry more about it, but unfortunately I don't. um and it's like, if they want to come down to my office, like I'm here. If my cell phone number is all over the internet, like nobody's called yet, or even texted, so it's like, um it's like I've gotten a few messages on my business payphone. I mean, payphone, Facebook page, but it's like, okay, um, like, how sad must your life be that, like, I'm the person you're going after? Like, really? You have nothing better to do? It's like, come on, guys. I mean, I like the new subscribers. Well, that's good. I don't want anyone to be intimidating others. It's childish. It's more than that. Like, I mean, I think some of the stuff he said was, so, again, like, this right here, like, pinning this, dude, like, this is what you pin as a response. uh, like, I understand a lot of people, if I wasn't an independent broker, if I didn't feel comfortable, like, one of the things he said, I bet he has lots of black clients well, he said customers or something in Los Angeles. And I was like, well, I do. I mean, I do have black clients, people whose relationship I value very much, and they know me. Like, I'm not afraid of being called a racist because I'm not a racist. So, and I think people who know me, and if they don't know me, right? If they're going to believe a black Hebrew Israelite, like, dude, these guys, if you're gonna believe a black Hebrew Israelite over me, don't want you as a customer, So I'm not, and I, like, I've told people, it's, if a customer is being disrespectful to me, I have done this twice. I have just hung up on customers, right? But I can do that because it's my insurance agency. And if I had a boss, right? So if they were calling my boss, like, I'm not sure, I wouldn't be intimidated by that. But don't have a boss. Like, who are they going to call? Go ahead. Like, my cell phone is, and he mentioned it on his response, that my phone number is available. He's like, you can do whatever you want to do. And if I wanted to be, I could have reported him for doxing and harassment and stuff. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see if he takes the video down, because in Vocab Malone's chat, I told him the mistakes that he was making, and I don't know how he's going to. I mean, what he kind of should do is take the video down, because it was just embarrassing. Like, I honestly, like, I was watching live. It's like, stop digging. He's just digging and digging and digging. It's like, what do you do with that? Like, but, like, I have nothing to worry about. What are they gonna do to me? Like, and why would they even bother? Like, the show, like, people must find him entertaining with all the bells and whistles and stuff. Like, but come on, man. Like, this comment right here, like, that's just shameful. That's just completely shameful. And he says that I sped up his video. I sped up his video because I play all of it. I won't speed up his video when I'm responding, if it's still there. But it's like he had to go to specific timestamps because he couldn't deal with my actual stuff. Come on, man. Just stop. Just stop. Anyway, it's nice to have all these new people on, you know. I wonder how my statistics are doing. So, like, in the past 3 days, gotten 66 watch hours, 265 views, 4 more subscribers. Like, thought, well, it must be 4 total new subscribers, I'm guessing, because I've been getting notifications of people subscribing. Like, I don't have a lot of people on my channel. Like, okay, so they're leaving comments on my thing, like this one. Malone is not an expert on Israelites. He takes info from Israelite fanatic groups who do not represent the larger body of Israeli and talks trash about them. All faiths have subgroups within them that hold different ways and doctrines. This is true among the Israelites as well. Both of you are highly intimidated by the fact that there are Black Israelites. You want the world to continue to believe that Khazar converts are the true chosen people. One thing is for sure, time will surely tell. Ka will not be mocked. I agree with you. You discussed the error in the word that Zion Lex posted in his video. Lex agreed it was an error due to rushing. Then you talked about the double yud with the accent points, stating, I don't know why he did this. You need to brush up on your Hebrew because that very usage of the word. See, yeah, I mean, he brought this up, and unfortunately, this was him digging. I mean, I'll go into the exact things in my response, but unfortunately, he was showing his ignorance there. Is a respected scholar of Hebrew scripture and several other subject areas, both in the Black community and the community at large, including more than a few of your Jewish people. I'm sorry, like, but that's the type of thing I can't accept. You know, it's like he's not sorry. He's just ignorant. Conversion is not founded by Judaism. It is a product of Israelites who don't embrace Judaism as you do, since the faith was never called Judaism until the Khazar converts coined the term. Okay, she's just spewing ignorance now. The Israelite awakening first started in Harriet Tubman. You aren't in any way in the league of Zion Lex. It's like, yeah, you're right. I'm not in his league, but that's faint praise. Like, I'm an insurance broker. Like, I'm not a Hebrew professor. Yeah, he's like calling out Dr. Heiser, right? Michael Heiser, who of course is not going to bother teaching all of that to this guy, and that's part of the problem, you know. Um, it's sad. You made up a Judaism may ascribe to matrilineal lines, and you may also consider all people as descendants of Abraham, but that is patently wrong, and then follow scripture. Set apart. This is ridiculous to believe everyone is descended from Abraham. No, so yeah, not everybody is descended from Abraham, but we do say that he is of Hamon Goyim, right? So he is spiritually the father of all people, not physically, obviously, but Noah is. You slipped and said that we get our knowledge from the actual whites that are the true Israelites. I don't believe I said that. There are definitely elements of the Black Hebrew Israelites who get their stuff from the white supremacists and Christian identity and the British Israelites. So yeah, that actually did happen. So there is the white supremacist and all that stuff, which came in, as did a lot of the Volkish, and that's why you hear all the talk about folk, like black folk. It's actually from the Nazi Volkish stuff, which is perverse, but yeah. Israelites get their info from all sources of scholarship in order to find and discern the truth. You also told a deceptive half-truth by stating they, Israelites, are not the people who kept the faith the Jewish people did. That's not a half-truth. Well, obviously, during slavery, it was forbidden for slaves to speak their language, participate in their faith, etc. In essence, their total identity was taken away and replaced with a lie. See, that's the thing. The Torah tells us that will not happen. It's actually one of the prophecies in the Bible. The Bible says this would happen, and then afterwards they no. See, this is, again, you just don't know your Bible very well. The Chazars, again, I'm not Ashkenazi, learned the faith from Israelites, and just as Muhammad did, you changed parts of it to suit. You kept the faith. There are Israelites all over Africa that have kept the faith both before and after they fled into Africa. So there are the Ethiopian Jewish communities, most of whom have moved to Israel. Your own people have visited and have acknowledged that they are Israelites. The Ethiopians, yeah. You ask, how do they know they are Israelites? Did they get it by word of mouth, or do they just want to be Israel? Yeah. Well, I mean, she listened to the video, and she seems, pretty smart. Well, a large majority of Israelites have DNA evidence by more than one lab to prove their descent. Come on. This is done by both paternal and mitochondrial DNA. I would be interested in seeing this DNA. Do you have this evidence? I actually did the testing, and yeah, I mean, I actually did. So, just personally, I wondered if it's possible that I wasn't Jewish. So I did the testing, and it's like, surely the people, but again, I mean, just because your parent, you have zchut avot, right? That doesn't mean you're going to be a good person. And this is a major mistake these people make. Surely the people who were tested in Israel who identify themselves as Jewish had a severely low rate of a positive descent from the 12 tribes of Israel. Honestly, I don't even care, because Judaism is a religion. Those who tested were mostly Sephardic Jews, and even they had a lower rate. So I'm actually Mizrahi. The funny thing is, the Palestinians had a higher rate than the Jewish people in Israel claiming a descent from Israelites. It would be very interesting to see the results of the Jewish population. If you're worried about your descent, I challenge you to take 2 DNA tests to prove your descent. I actually did. So, you are so racist, you let your prejudice get in the way of scholarship. Well, I hope not. Don't worry about how the education system has failed blacks. I do worry. We are doing just fine. No, you're not. That's just not true, unfortunately. Keep on thinking you're intellectually superior to blacks. I'm not even going to say it. Because honestly, I don't blame her. I don't. She is honestly engaging. She watched the video, she listened, and she lives in a certain community, and we have failed the black community in terms of education. There is no question about that in my mind. And I go back to this one day. I was talking to one of my classmates in college, and this must have been 2000. It's 2000 something, 2001, 2002, something like that. And I said to him, why are we using affirmative action for college admissions in the year 2000, right? Yeah, I mean, segregation, the poor schooling, 60s, 70s, the children that are coming to, and this was 2000. Now we're talking about 2000. We're in 2022, right? And we are using affirmative action in college admissions for children born in the 3rd millennium. There is no reason why a black child should have an inferior education, should be scoring poorer on their SATs in 2022 and need affirmative action for college admission. For college admissions, if you're trying to correct this, you shouldn't be correcting it in college. You should at the very least be correcting it in high school. And we're not. And don't blame the Republicans, because I live in Los Angeles and I have been to Manual Arts High School in downtown Los Angeles. I have been to the education centers near USC in downtown Los Angeles. I have seen the education that our black children are getting. And no, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, don't worry about how the education system has failed blacks. We are doing just fine. It's not true. It is not true, and it is a tragedy in America that Black boys and girls are not doing as well on SATs. And I mean, Glenn Lowry speaks to this stuff so much more eloquently than I could. Um, it's and honestly, it comes from a belief that, in fact, um, Black people are genetically inferior, which is complete and utter bullshit. Complete and utter bull. And I know this because I know a lot of Black people who are way smarter than me, Glenn Lowry included. Um, Clarence Thomas is one of my heroes, and even Republicans treat him like an affirmative action hire. They really do. And one of the greatest legal minds in human history has nothing to do with race, right? And the whole idea is just biologically ignorant because um, large percentages of the African American population are have large amounts of white DNA, right? Large amounts of white DNA. So, like, even if you're going to take that belief, so I'm sorry, like, and she seems like, I mean, she seems like um, somebody who has in fact been failed and is being failed by our society. Israelites finally know who they are, and they don't need to be approved by Jewish people. Yeah, I mean, they are chosen and approved by God. All people are chosen for God, are chosen by God for their mission. God created all of us, so there is definitely that. But if you're trying to steal Jewish heritage, Israelite heritage, Hebrew heritage, all of these mean the exact same thing. You are making a terrible mistake, and I pray God will help you to not make that mistake. However, being an Israelite by blood or a converted Jew does not give one a get-in card, a free card to salvation. Correct. You are very correct. God's laws and statutes and commandments have not been nailed to the cross, as Christians say, but are ever present and must be obeyed. I agree with you. In addition, all who desire salvation must believe in and accept the Mashiach and his gospel. Don't agree with that. By the way, Zion Lex always backs up what he says with scripture. He did not back up what he said about patrilineal descent by scripture, and that's why he skipped a lot of my video. I mean, hopefully you got to see my video and not just his. You don't even know enough scripture to determine where these verses are. You are the only clown I see. You are a complete fraud. Name the names of the Israelite elders that you found to be frauds, thieves, etc. That is slander. So that is a valid criticism. I should name names. And maybe I will. So, well, let me see if. And by the way, Christina, God bless you. So let's actually do this. So I mean, am I going to go to Dr. Ben? So there is this guy, Dr. Ben, he's known as complete fraud. Like this Hotep stuff, and like honestly, vocab knows a lot more than I do about this stuff. I haven't bothered too much. I had vocab on, and I do get Hebrew Israelites on my channel. And honestly, maybe I I do owe. I mean, if people are going to ask me questions and stuff, maybe I'll do some more research and stuff. It's just like one thing she said at the very beginning, which is very correct, is it's so it's a very large and incoherent group, and so it's just hard. Like it's not like it's one or two people. Um, so like you can really go down this rabbit hole. You really can. Okay. So where did I think? I've watched before. I think I was listening to the Bible in Hebrew or something today. I just happened to see this live. Yes. So I do the Bible in Hebrew. D News, hello. Welcome. Public education fails everyone. Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, that refers to whatever you said 8 minutes ago. Welcome, D News. But hold on, we're okay, people, you need lives. Like, there's like 7 people just like watching me do nothing. Like, go do go do stuff, or like at least comment or something. Like, I don't know why people are watching. Ben says eating and seeing if more comments come. Well, a bunch of people went away when I said that. Okay, if nobody says anything in the next 5 minutes. Oh, Michael's here. Michael, you're back.
Yeah, I'm just leaving the camera off because I'm moving all around this house I'm working in. So, but I can talk.
Maybe I should be putting my headphones in. I don't know if you're echoing or not. Is it your mic that's echoing?
It could be. I just have you on my phone. I'm not connected to headphones.
Well, I did the proper thing, which is put my headphones in.
I mean, you sound okay to me. I'm kind of in an echoey room. I'm in an empty house.
Yeah, I still hear you echoing. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts, Michael?
What's up?
What are your thoughts, Michael?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you just got to get the Hebrew Israelites to come into this little corner. They just got to figure out how to play along fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've gotten at least a bump, I think, in people. My the Google statistics aren't very good for small channels instantaneously.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, it's like if a few people, honestly, if one person who was going to pay $300 for him to teach his, you know, I mean, Vocab said he's charging $300. I don't know what he's charging, but it's like, I do this for free, you know? It's like, dude, you don't need to pay $300. Like, I'll teach you for free. And I mean, I'm not the best Hebrew teacher, that's for sure. But I mean, even with the Duolingo, right? Like, Duolingo Hebrew will teach you for free. Will teach you, although you already have to know a basic level to use the Duolingo. So I don't know.
Yeah. I think, well, I was thinking when Gavin was on there, I think the rule that they are not following that they need to follow is just like no ad hominem attacks if you're actually trying to learn something or understand somebody else. Like that's the thing that's getting it nowhere, is that it's all about just this person's wrong, or and I just don't understand, because their thing is so like, I mean, maybe if you're in a total echo chamber of similar people, but like you can't think like this is this the most correct interpretation of scripture that's just been discovered in the 20th century or whatever. Like, I don't know.
I mean, so there is a tradition of playing the dozens, like insulting each other, which I actually like rap battles and stuff, which I can respect. And I think among men, I think we've been a tiny bit over feminized with our unwillingness to like jokingly um jokingly make fun of each other.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, one of the things Vocab said is that when these people are on the same street corner uh, every week, and they're there and they are willing to take the abuse and give it right back. Um, they provide maybe a particularly masculine energy that's missing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do think maybe to some extent. I mean, I don't want to psychoanalyze and stuff like whole groups of people, but um, I think there might be a missing. I want to. So there are a bunch of questions I keep on like come up in the back of my mind that I want to ask Vocab, and one of them was um, how popular these guys are in prisons. So
Mm.
I have no idea. I know that they like it can be a problem for actual rabbis who, because there
Yeah.
are Jewish chaplains who go to prisons, and obviously since we don't evangelize, they try to very much, you know, keep just to the Jewish population. Like most people are a lot more strict than I certainly am with um, you know, just that whole concept of not evangelizing, because a lot of people think that it stokes anti-Semitism, and I have to wonder if it doesn't. Like I sometimes wonder if I'm not making a mistake, you know. Um, but at the same time, I mean, I'm ultimately I think what I'm doing more than anything is just like pointing out the fundamentals. I don't think I'm evangelizing. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. So Gavin is
Well, yeah. I mean,
one of the reasons I
I
like having Gavin around is he questions me, which is important. So good.
yeah. No, well, that's what I was saying. Like, obviously, you have more people who disagree with you on your channel than you do people that agree with you. But it's not necessarily like you're not really doing like debates. I mean, like, it's like like an area that have spent a lot more time in is like the creationist YouTube channels and stuff like that. It's like the ones that are just focused. It's like I don't care about like debunking evolutionists or whatever. Like, I want you to tell me about like the exciting things that scientists are discovering that actually like affirms the Bible. Like, that's the exciting part. The like debate aspect of it is like, this is stupid. Like I don't, and so like a movement can't survive on only a polemical message. There has to be some sort of a positive thing that you're actually trying to accomplish. So I don't know, I guess, like, what is that like? Is there like is there just like a peace and love Hebrew Israelite channel, or is it all just about like you know antagonizing a different group?
Yeah, I mean, I watched some of Vocab's debates, and they're very structured, timed debates, and like so somebody like Dr. Heiser obviously isn't gonna go debate these people, right? And vocab
Yeah.
does, and like I really don't know how much. I simply don't know how much that's moving the needle, but it must be because they really get pissed off at him. They do. So I think he's doing good work. I don't know. It's hard to know in the time, right? When you're in the
Yeah.
moment, like you do your best and you pray and yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
I mean, it would be fun to hear like like have him talk to Paul Vanderklay. Like he would, he's
Vocab
not gonna.
with Paul.
Yeah, or not, or even the Hebrew Israelites or something like somebody who's not like or I just want to know like what's it like, because I mean presumably or hopefully if this is centered in like urban communities and stuff, like I mean it's a good thing if this is what people get obsessed with instead of being in gangs or doing drugs or any of the other problems that come out of those environments. So
Dude,
but if
he
it's
spent $500 on a blinged out Bible. That's like that's I certainly prefer that
yeah
to any other type of blinged out anything. But that's a really interesting idea, like PVK. Because he grew up like constantly says in Patterson and stuff. So he grew up in racial reconciliation. So he must have a lot more experience with these people than I do. He
mhm.
might. I wonder what. I have to wonder like how that is, and I'll have to ask him. I'll have to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I mean, I'd rather like because like I have no stake in that in this particular argument, so I don't want like watching them. There if they were coming after, like I get annoyed when everybody um, talks about like evangelical Christianity in a straw man argument about how it's failed and it's gone away and all that, because that's what I identify with, and I think no, there's a lot of good there. You're not representing us fairly, but like I don't have a stake in their particular argument, so I'd rather just have them like what are they going to tell somebody who that they see as like a lost soul or whatever. Like I'd be more interested in, that to me that would help contextualize like what what this is. Like, is this a problem or is it like overall a good thing? You guess, yeah, it seems like it's overall maybe a good thing if it's getting people reading the Bible and not into like more negative stuff, but
Some of these
yeah.
people are really violent.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah. I mean, this is my major beef, like especially in New York. Um they I mean the violence so I don't know if you remember the attack during Hanukkah when a guy showed up with a machete and he was mentally ill, right? But he showed up at a Hasidic Hanukkah party at this rabbi's house and murdered this guy, Yosef Newman, I think his name was. And so that was recent. And then the people who showed up in New Jersey at a kosher supermarket, and apparently they were trying to do was get into the Hasidic elementary school, but it was locked down. They couldn't get in. And so they went into the kosher like mini mart right there, and I think they killed 2 people. And so it's like people have died, and it is affiliated with this type of ideology. And to some extent, the critical theory people are stoking this with their stupidity. And to some extent, like, the woke Jewish leadership is scared of confronting this type of stuff because they don't want to admit that black supremacists are in fact targeting Jews with all sorts of hate crimes, right?
Yeah.
And so to some extent, I do feel betrayed by the Jewish establishment for not being willing to confront this more forcefully. And in academia, like, a lot of these silly and stupid ideas, maybe I should look this up. There was a professor who wrote about, so he was a professor of history, and somehow he found out about some of these Afrocentric, Africana studies, fake histories, that they're making,
Mm.
and he saw it in actual universities, in libraries and stuff. And he's like, he went to track it down. He's like, well, we're universities, we shouldn't be endorsing this type of obvious falsehood, right?
Yeah.
And so he wrote this long thing about how he has been on a fight against the anti-Semitic nature of these false histories and stuff. And he's like, and some of the stuff really does go back to positive Christianity and the Christian identity movement, which are white supremacist movements, which is, I mean, honestly, like, kind of tragic, kind of ironic, that they are using literally Nazi, ideas in their black supremacy. And it's in where our universities should be saying, okay, this is just false, right? These things never happened. These things are not true, because of the whole CRT, like, different ways of knowing and deference to black voices, and that nobody is shutting down the obvious stupidity. And so people who are trying to get an education, like that Christina, who I read her comment. I don't know if you were here for that,
Yeah.
but she seems like an honest person who's trying to educate herself, and honestly trying to do what God wants and to be a good person. It really seemed to come out to me, and there is a degree of pride that I don't want to rob her of, right? Like, so, I mean, I didn't point out the grammatical mistakes and stuff, because that's just not, it's not relevant and it's not fair. And she seems to be honestly engaging, and she thinks Zion Lex is a respected scholar who's teaching, and he is a source of information for her, a source of bad information. And this goes back to my whole secure cognition thing, right? Like, what do you expect when you have garbage in, garbage out, right? And when people honestly and sincerely are trying to educate themselves, and the sources of information that are available to them are of low quality, but they are not in a position to rightly assess the quality of that information, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of what's going on with the cognitive, the hacking of our distributed cognition, right? You get people, for example, like what's her name, Hannah Nicole Jones, is writing historical fiction in the New York Times with the 1619 Project, and she is somehow elevated to the point of her project is being taught in schools, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to, let's
Real
say,
history.
real history, but like John McWhorter, who is, I forget where he got his PhD, but the man has a PhD in linguistics, and outside of linguistics, he is a brilliant man and teaches at Columbia University, right? And or compare it to Thomas Sowell, right?
Yeah.
Another brilliant man with many, many relevant books. Like, his books are available on YouTube for free. And if Christina had spent her time listening to Thomas Sowell um, instead of um, Zion Lex, I am sure she would be far better off. And when we do not protest the fact that, Glenn Lowry, John McWhorter, and Thomas Sowell are viewed as if they are equal voices as Hannah Nicole Jones or Zion Lex or Ta-Nehisi Coates, and even, I'm going to go there, what's his name, Eric Michael Dyson, or there's that other poet at Harvard everybody talks about all the time. He was actually not that bad, but he's not good enough to be at Harvard. Now, I can see his, why can't I remember his name? Do you know who I'm talking about? The Harvard professor. He's been on Rogan a few times.
I'm not sure.
He's really famous. Cornel West.
Okay. I've heard of him, but yeah,
Like,
I only listen to this stuff like when it happens to intersect with something I care about more. But
I was in high school. I just remember when I was in high school, and when I went to college, like, so my university was is in downtown Los Angeles. And
yep.
so I was involved in community relations and the Black community in Los Angeles. I was actually very involved for a little while, and I just saw how this community is being completely neglected, and it's inexcusable. It's completely inexcusable. So we have a comment here. Steve the Theorist, I don't know you, Steve. Welcome. I was told the Babylonian Talmud talks about the curse of Ham being black skin. I'm not sure about that. I've never heard of that. Big lips, coarse hair, etc. Is this true? I know that one of the favorite parts that people who want to say that the Talmud is racist bring up is there's this part with Hillel, and look, the entirety of both the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmud are available in English on Sefaria.org for free. The entire thing is there, right? And if you want to bring any quote from the Talmud, I will go ahead and I will go through it with you. So this is one of the favorites. So there's this there is this story in the Talmud of this guy makes a bet of I think it was 500 malot, some large amount of money in ancient coins, that he can make Hillel angry. And so he decides to do this by asking a lot of stupid questions, right? And so what happens is Hillel, and the story is told that like this guy is asking a bunch of silly and stupid questions, and Hillel is so that's the story, is very calmly answering him, and at the end the guy gets mad. Thanks, and I look it up. Sure. So at the end, this guy gets mad, and one of them is something about like I think ears or feet. I think it's like, why do the guy asks, why do Africans have such large feet? I think that's, if I remember correctly. And Hillel, like all of these, he tries to give the man an answer, and so his answer is because they if I remember correctly, that they go barefoot so much, right? So the whole context of the story is somebody is trying to troll Hillel, and Hillel calmly tries to answer these questions for him. And at the end, the guy gets mad and says, "You cost me 500, whatever it is, a large amount of money." And Hillel's response is, "Better that you should lose that money than to make Hillel mad, right? To make somebody else, angry." And so there's a whole story there, right? And if you go and you read that story in context, right, you see what the story is about. Like if you want to, and like the Talmud is hundreds of pages long. If you study one page of Talmud every single day, both sides, right, of the page, it will take you 7.5 years to go through the Babylonian Talmud. Okay. And the Jerusalem Talmud is not nearly as long. But, these are, and I think if you do that one a day, I think it's like 3 or 4 years it takes. But dude, if you went through the entire Talmud and this is the worst you can find about a text which was written 1,500 years ago, right? And it's not like we believe this is scripture. We believe that, in fact, it is a codification. And honestly, I think when I studied it, I think there is something special there that I was able to see, right? I do not equate it with other texts. I believe that it is the actual repository in which God has, in fact, given us a way of understanding. Here, I'll tell this story. It's one of my favorite stories. But so, but again, it's a human thing. So, Rabbi Breitowitz told this story, and I just love it. And so it's an analogy for how we view the oral law as opposed to the written law, right? The revelation of Scripture. And so he says, if you want to make a birthday cake for your child, right? And you want it to be the best birthday cake in the world, you are definitely not going to make it yourself. You're going to, in fact, have a professional make, you're going to go buy a professional, really master crafted cake. But for your child's birthday, because you love your child, not only is there something special about you making the cake yourself, but you're not even going to just make the cake as best that you can. You are, in fact, going to involve your child, and it might be like a 4 or 5 year old child. You're going to say, let's build this, let's make your birthday cake together. And what that's going to mean is you're going to end up with flour all over the place, and you're gonna, the cake is gonna come out crooked, and there's gonna be eggshells in the icing, and like it's not gonna be a professionally made cake. But the fact that you made it with your child, right, makes it that much more special. And so, this is an explanation of what we say lo b'shamayim hi, regarding it is not in heaven, right? It is something that God has given us to participate in, the oral law. It is, and that is what the Talmud is like. So people are arguing back and forth, and it's very long, and it contradicts itself left and right. That's part of it, right? There is the contradiction. It is, and because it's like us as God's children, right? He is making that cake, that birthday cake, with us. And it's going to be messy, and you're going to end up with eggshells in the batter. But and that's how I view these things, is they are these eggshells in the batter that we as human beings introduce. But it also shows God's great love for us in allowing us to be involved in that process. So, like, you want to, if you want to criticize the Talmud for being the work of human beings, you're not going to get an argument from an Orthodox, an Orthodox Jew who actually understands Judaism, because it is a human process, and it isn't like it's not like we don't realize that there are like, you can't read the first page of the Talmud, open up to any page of the Talmud. It is obviously not scripture. It is all there on Sefaria.org for free. It is obviously not scripture. That's not what it is. I talked with Vocab about this, and he's like, it's like Jewish social media from 2000. No, that's not what it is. But it is a very human conversation, and so you can't take it to be anything than a very human conversation. That is the wrong way of. The oral law is not scripture. And you cannot read a single page of the Talmud without recognizing that. Here, this is I'm gonna pull this up on Safaria. It's one of the nicest things they have. So if you go to safaria.org, here I'll show my screen. Okay, so if you go to safaria.org, right, you will see that on the bottom they have their tools, visualizations, okay? And this is one of the most beautiful things anyone's ever created. It's so explore 30,000 examples of the Talmud quoting a verse from Tanakh. Zoom into particular. So if you click on it, you will see once it loads. Please load. I am going to reload it to see if it will load. Come on, show. I don't know if it's not working because I'm streaming it. Let me see if I can get it to work, and then I'll restream it. Shoot, it's not showing. Shoot, can't seem to make this work. No, yeah, no. Okay, well, I can't seem to make this work, but you can see it for yourself if you go there, and hopefully it will work. And it's a visualization of each page of the Talmud with each quote from the Tanakh, the Bible, and like it has a connection. There are very few chapters of the Bible, if any. I'm not sure there are, in fact, any that aren't quoted somewhere in the Talmud. I mean, the Talmud is really long, but pretty much every page has multiple connections to the Tanakh. So it's like, if you don't understand like how different how we view scripture from the Talmud is, I understand like thinking this is like some sort of Jewish holy book and somebody quotes something out of it, and it's like somebody quoted a text from scripture, and so it's obviously going to in fact make it seem horrible to you, but that's because you just don't have the context for it. So, and again, it's like, if you can find the context, it's all there. You can once you, so I hear people say, I have read the Talmud, and it's like, you haven't, you have no clue what you're saying. And like, that certain things have been pointed out to them because it's always the exact same questions and exact same places. There's actually a really good video of somebody went and asked Rabbi Breitowitz, who now he is a brilliant rabbi, and he is on YouTube, and like he doesn't have the number of subscriptions and watchers that Zion Lex does, which is really like, it's sad, because Rabbi Breitowitz, like, it's funny. Like I was watching him give a on YouTube give a speech, and he was wearing this beaten up hat and like this old jacket, and obviously if he wanted to, he could be wearing much nicer clothes than he does, but the that's just not him. And like to even consider, like, Rabbi Breitowitz, who, by the way, is an attorney and taught law school in the United States, right, at a major college, and you know, he was a law school professor, and now he is a teacher in yeshivas, and just an amazing person. Like he does Q&As, and I highly recommend them. They are every week on YouTube, and like he's something else. Like, yeah, it's like I like Zion Lex, and I appreciate. Look, this man has in fact studied a lot, um, and he has, from where he began, he has traveled thousands of miles, right? But okay, I'll tell you my favorite story, which is in my podcast, if anybody's interested. Where so the story is this man, this young man, hears about a fruit in a distant location, and he hears that it is this great fruit, and so he goes out in search of it. And so he goes from city to city and from wise man to wise man, and searches across oceans and rivers and deserts, and uh, climbs mountains and valleys, and um, he spends his whole life, right? And he finally finds this tree with this fruit, and he takes the fruit and he bites into it. After all that, as an old man, right, he spent his whole life getting here, and he bites into it, and it's the greatest thing he's ever tasted, right? It's like, he's like, this was worth it, right? And a little child walks up to the tree and picks a fruit and starts eating. And man's like, I spent my whole life getting here, right? How'd you get here as a child? And the child says, I was born here, right? And some people were born here. I was born here, right? Um, my dad was teaching me Aleph Bet as a child. I don't know what Zion was being taught as a child. I'm guessing nothing. Like, my dad was a college professor. It's like what I had for free, he has had to travel many, many miles to come close to. So, like, who am I to say, well, you know, this fruit, like, I've been eating it since I was a kid. I have been. Like, I was born here. Um, and to some extent, you have to wonder if I appreciate it as much as someone who has had to work a lot harder than I have to get here. Um, and it's not like I'm so much, I mean, I just feel bad that he's charging people. He shouldn't be charging people. I don't charge people. Um, Even if anybody would pay, why would anybody pay? Like, if you're gonna pay to learn Hebrew, like, there there are free sources which are much better than what I have to offer. Um, but to pay, like, that's just a crime. That's like, and the people who are paying him for this, right? That's precious money that they are spending to be mal-educated, right? Um, like, when somebody comes to me and says, I want to learn Hebrew, like, if they're actually trying to learn it well, like, I'll teach people Aleph Bet, right? I'll teach them how to read. I can do that, right? Um, like, but if they're really trying to learn Hebrew, I'll 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 point them to better resources than me. I'm not going to say, oh, if you pay me X, Y, and Z, I'm gonna, like, for $300 you can take an ulpan at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. I think that's how much, that's something like what they charge. I think it's around there, right? You certainly, I mean, you could, there are so many things you could do with $300 worth of Hebrew education that is so much better than what Zion Lex is offering. That's just a crime. That's just a crime. He he should not be taking advantage of his own people, right? These are your brothers and sisters who are coming to you for knowledge, and you are charging them $300. I mean, I haven't seen that that's what he's asking for. Maybe he's not. Vocab mentioned it. I don't know. I don't personally know that he's actually charging $300. But my stuff is available for free. Like, if you have Hebrew questions, ask away. I'll try to answer them the best I can. And I have live streams. I try to have live streams every Thursday. I mean, during my busy season when I actually have to work for a living, I generally don't do that. But, like, honestly, like, with all the free resources out there, he's charging, and he's charging to miseducate people. That's sinful. I'm sorry, that's sinful. There's nothing else I can call that. The channel Aleph with Beth. They're Christian evangelists. I don't agree with them on many things. They put out a very high quality biblical Hebrew channel. It's here. I'll pull it up. Let me pull it up. Aleph with Beth. So this is their YouTube channel. So Aleph with Beth, they only have almost 80,000 subscribers. They deserve a lot more. This is a really high quality free Hebrew.online is so they have a website, and Andrew is actually a scholar of biblical Hebrew that I've read some of his books, which he has online for free. And again, I don't agree with them. They are Protestants. They are Orthodox Trinitarian Protestants, and there's a lot of things I have to disagree with, right? But and apparently, I believe Beth has like advanced education in teaching linguistics, and so they know their Hebrew much better than I do. And so if somebody's serious about learning biblical Hebrew, I recommend they go to this channel, which it's great stuff, and it's immersive learning, and they're using the latest teaching techniques, right? And I would never presume, like, again, I'm an insurance broker. You can ask me about insurance. I would like to think I'm actually a pretty good insurance broker. I would like to think that, right? And but even with that, it's not like I always, like, you have to know. Again, you want to be. I want to be a small fish in a big pond, not a big fish in a small pond. I want to be the tail of a lion, not the head of jackals, right? And so I am constantly looking for people who are, in fact, smarter and more capable, and who have something to teach me, for me to sit at their footsteps and drink of the dust of their feet, like the Mishnah Avot says. And I am very lucky to have such people, even on our channel. Having somebody like, again, Yosef and Chazi, they both are. They have much stronger Hebrew skills than I do, much, right? And so if somebody was going to, like, charge, like, it's like, well, I mean, honestly, it's not like people could afford, like, Chazi is, he's one of the most successful designers in the world. And like, Yosef is finishing up his PhD in artificial intelligence, right? So, like, this is just a hobby for him. Or like any of the other people we have around here, it's like, it just bothers me. It really does. Okay, let's see what these notifications are. Alors, c'est vous. Merci beaucoup. Oui, toda. I'm sorry, my Hebrew, my French is not a very good, but thank you for that thing. Oh, 15 likes. That's nice. This man don't know what he is talking about. Actually, the man wasn't wrong on anything in regards to Hebrew. So let's talk some real Hebrew. Okay, so Shai is being sarcastic. Um, Actually, let me see. Let me test the sound here. Let's see how this works.
Shalom. Hi, everyone. We're coming up on a year of Aleph with Beth, and we're so excited with the way that the channel has grown. And we just want to say thank you, a huge thank you to all of you who have come along for the ride and who are supporting us through Patreon or whatever ways. And so we wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you, wrap up the year, wish you all a happy new year, and answer a few questions that some of our patrons and supporters have submitted to us.
How many episodes are you planning to do? And how far along in Hebrew will this get us? What will we know or be able to read after your planned lessons are done?
We don't have a definite episode number in mind so much as a level that we hope to get people to, where students who've been following along with all of our videos have basically all the words in the Hebrew Bible that occur 100 times or more. So that they've got those internalized, and they've got the basic grammar level so that they could pick up a Hebrew Bible and not be totally lost. Now, obviously, when you get into poetry and stuff like that, that's a whole other ballgame. So even I, with a deeper level of Hebrew, still can't just pick up poetry and read that comfortably. But our goal is to take students to a level where they could pick up a narrative portion of the Hebrew Bible, and especially if they have a reader's edition or something that footnotes less frequent vocabulary, they'd be able to basically follow along and read without extreme effort and without constantly looking at a lexicon like for every other word. And then even after we get to that point, Lord willing, we'd love to continue making more videos with Bible stories, comprehensible input, just to keep building the library of stories and materials available for Hebrew students.
Yeah, we want to take this as far as we can. So we're committed for the long run, and we want to make comprehensible input, like rich, interesting, extremely interesting content that people can be using for years to come. So part of that is building a library that people can use that's extensive, that's interesting for a wide range of people. And so we enjoy doing this so much that why not just keep going as far as we can? So we appreciate so much your encouragement, the encouraging comments that we've gotten along the way.
Seriously.
That's kept us going over this year so much. It's kept reaffirming to us how God has his hand in this and how this is something from him. And we're excited to see how it blossoms in years to come. The next question is, how many hours go into making a single episode? And that's a pretty simple answer. It's
more
like
than you probably think.
30 or 40 hours.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Especially as we've gotten into the more complex ones lately, it's taking me longer and longer. longer, both to plan it and write out all the text and correct everything, and then also the filming, you know, it's getting more and more complex, and then the editing takes longer and longer the more little bits of text and pictures I have to add and stuff like that. So I'd say I easily spend between 20 and 30 hours editing a lesson video, and then several hours planning, at least several hours, maybe 5 hours, depending on the lesson. And an hour or two filming. So it's a lot of work.
Just so you know, if you go on our website, there's a behind the scenes link on there in the menu. And if you want to know a lot of the detail of the equipment we use, how some of the planning goes into it, you can see a lot of detail there that we've put into writing, because we want to inspire and encourage other people to do the same thing. We can't produce all the content that needs to be produced by ourselves, right? The other question here is, how do you plan the episodes, and how do you decide what order to introduce new material in? And are you following or adapting from a certain grammar book?
So the answer to that is no, we're not following a certain grammar book. This is kind of our own path that we're forging as we go. I have kind of a big picture plan of where we want to get with the grammar points, but really it's lesson by lesson, seeing what I can fit in, advancing us little by little, thinking, okay, what kind of vocab will I need for maybe this next Bible story that I want to introduce? Then I try to make sure I introduce that vocab so that it's a little more familiar once we get to the Bible story.
I think a lot of people already know this, but we're the first people doing this over a long series of videos. Doing something at this scale has never been done before. We want to do it well, but it's new territory, so it's very organic how it's coming together, like she said. What versions or version of the Hebrew Bible do you recommend for practicing reading or approaching the text? We use the BHS text, the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, so that's the standard, I would say the most standard text of the Hebrew Bible. That's what will be in the app that we're producing as well.
We also like some reader's editions. There's a couple that are available that footnote less frequent vocab. We just find that helpful so that you're not spending so much time flipping through a lexicon or something like that, so you can enjoy the process of reading the text a little bit more. So we make use of those and appreciate those. So recommend that if you get to an intermediate point where you want to really dive into the text. That's a helpful way to keep advancing.
So number 5, what are your jobs? How do you have time to do this? Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, if we had other jobs, we wouldn't have time to do this. So, I mean, this is my full-time work at the moment, is dedicated to this project.
Yeah, so my job I'm a translation consultant. I think we've talked about this in other videos before. Basically, my role in Bible translation here, specifically now in Latin America, is to help those who are doing new translations into different languages that don't have a Bible yet. I'm helping them. I come alongside those teams, and we use a trade language to communicate, to ask questions and guide them, and make sure their translation is really accurate and really quality. And so there's a lot of translations that are going on right now that need consultants to help them. And it's one of the biggest needs in Bible translation today. So we've got our plates full, but we love what we do. So you make time for what you love, and God has given us a lot of grace and strength. So we're thankful. So we want to also just talk a little bit about our personal lives. First of all, how did we meet? I'll let you take it from there.
Well, we actually met in Israel, appropriately enough for what we're doing right now. I was there studying Hebrew at the Jerusalem Center for Bible Translators, and Andrew, who was working in Equatorial Guinea in Central Africa at the time in Bible translation, he was up in Israel visiting, and so we met there in person. And oh boy, it was about 9 months later we got married.
Yeah.
So the Lord worked a miracle.
I didn't waste any time.
And yeah, we're actually celebrating our 3rd anniversary today while filming. That's why we're all dressed up. So
yeah. We have a lot of interests besides Hebrew. And so my wife, this is my chance to brag about her.
Hey.
She just gave me this beautiful painting for, let's see if I can see this, for our anniversary. She's done other amazing paintings you can follow on her Instagram. I like dinosaurs, so this is a girl with a baby dinosaur. There's lots of amazing stuff she's produced, and so she's an amazing linguist. She has a master's in linguistics from the University of North Dakota, and she's an amazing musician. I try to make her play the piano as much as I can between editing videos. And she plays the violin and clarinet and guitar and the drums. And
I do not play the guitar as well as this man does, though, because he is a very good guitarist.
Oh, she speaks so many languages, too. She speaks Japanese, which is an incredibly hard language. And then she speaks Portuguese and Spanish. She learned Spanish in 5 years better than most people learn it in 20 years. So anyway, that's all for me.
Well, some things you should know about Andrew is that he grew up here in Oaxaca, Mexico, where we are now living. Also speaks Spanish, is an amazing musician and singer. He's written a ton of songs, especially a lot of scripture songs based in the Psalms and other texts, which is a big reason I fell in love with this man, his beautiful voice. He's also an amazing author. He's written 2 novels now, which are just precious, beautiful books. The first one is Christina of Aspinall, and then he just released the sequel, Evangeline of a Sky Valley. And he's also a podcaster, does a Bible translation podcast.
It's called Working for the Word. You can check it out anywhere there's a podcast. We both had really different approaches to learning Hebrew. I went through long years of learning the traditional grammatical method, and honestly, it didn't work very well. I'm so grateful for the background that I have in that method, but at the same time, I feel disappointed that I didn't get to do this kind of methodology from the beginning to create habits of learning and ways of thinking about the language and language learning that were more natural.
Yeah, I think that the approach that you use for different languages is going to depend a lot on the kind of class that's available to you or the kind of materials that are available to you.
Yeah.
And so I've studied many different languages, and each case has been quite different just because of the different circumstances or different book that I had available. And in the case of Hebrew, I had the privilege of being able to study at a program that really valued a communicative approach and internalization and seeing the language used a lot in different activities and hearing it a lot. And I've found that that kind of approach has, for me, worked much better with long-term retention and really feeling like I own the basics. So that was the approach that I had the privilege to learn Hebrew with in the first place. As far as right now in my own advancement in Hebrew, my approach is mostly just to try to read consistently, be in the text, and learn more vocabulary through seeing it in context in the text often. I also like to listen to audio recordings of the text in Hebrew. So that I'm just hearing those forms and the grammar over and over and over. After I finished my time at the Jerusalem Center for Bible Translators, one of the goals that I set to keep advancing in my Hebrew was just to read the text a lot. So I tried to, for a while, I was trying to read 3 chapters a day of the narrative portions. So I started in Genesis and just started working through.
So you read through Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel.
Yep.
1st Kings.
Yeah, we read First Kings together, and we're
Okay.
about to finish Second Kings that we've been
Kings.
reading together in the evenings as well.
So just to give you an idea, that's how much reading she did in about a year. One of the things that the strategies that I've used to maintain my Hebrew is just to teach it. I would just encourage people, this is part of like making this go exponential, making Hebrew and Greek part of normal Christian discipleship like we want it to become. If you know a good amount of Hebrew, start teaching somebody else. Put yourself in that situation where you have a rhythm, some accountability as a teacher to keep getting better and better. That'll go a long way, I think.
Or start producing some simple materials in Hebrew, and that will force you to learn your vowel pointing and all those rules much, much better. You'll have a better handle on the grammar as well. It's really strengthened my Hebrew a lot, actually, to have to try to investigate the different grammar forms.
One of the things we would love to see is small groups and churches doing this together. Rather than, there's like so many millions of Bible studies you could do as a small group, but I've never heard of any small group saying, we're just gonna take a year and learn Hebrew together. It's not impossible. That would be awesome. We'd love to hear about that. Yeah. We want to be really sympathetic to the people who don't have a passion for grammar, right? Which is most people. Most people aren't just nerding out over syntax and grammatical structures and rules and paradigms. They're not. They're not really interested in that stuff. When I was in Equatorial Guinea, I realized that this is an oral culture. And, by the way, 2/3 of the world are oral cultures. I had actually never lived in such an oral culture before. And that was very impactful. And I quickly realized when I was trying to teach Hebrew through the methodology that I was taught Hebrew, the grammatical method, it was totally ineffective for an oral culture. And people there have an incredible capacity for learning languages. It's amazing. Many of them speak 3-4 languages, and they did not learn any of those languages that they speak through a textbook. And so that quickly clicked with me, and I was like, what they need to do is this kind of method. They need this oral, natural, organic. This is the way God created us to learn language method, you know. If they were given a chance to learn that way, man, there would be so many people who could learn Hebrew and Greek in these sorts of contexts. So that was a big motivating factor for me to start Aleph with Beth. The context of the majority of the world's cultures demands that we teach this way. So that's what we're trying to do. Then to wrap this up, I just wanted to give another plug for our website. If you haven't visited there already, it's full of lots of more detail about our vision and where we're going with this. And also, one of the questions we get a lot is, why do we pronounce Hebrew the way we pronounce it in our videos? And we have an entire article just about that right there. You can check that out and get the full story of all the detail you can stomach. One question we get a lot is, do you have a Greek channel? Have you done Greek this way? Are you going to do Greek this way? And our answer is, we would love to see Greek done this way. And we are praying, and you can pray with us that it happens. Just that it's not something we can do. So it would depend on somebody else stepping up to the plate and taking this on as a same vision and mission to make it freely available in the same kind of format and go for the long haul and all of that. But we're certainly open to collaborating and helping anyone else who has this ability to teach Greek in this way, wants to offer it completely for free, the same way we're doing. We would love to talk to you. We'd love to see how you teach and, see if we could work together somehow.
So again, thank you so much for coming along on this Hebrew journey. We're so grateful for each and every one of you, whether you're just a subscriber or whether you're supporting us on Patreon or some other way, or whether you're one of our partners who is collaborating with us. We're really grateful for each one of you. Yeah. We're really excited that Hebrew is more accessible to more people around the world. Thanks for helping be a part of that, for sharing it. We know a lot of you have recommended it to friends, and we're really grateful for your help getting the word out. Yeah. So thanks so much, and we hope you all have a really happy new year, and God bless. Shalom.
Take care. Keep praying for us.
Are you interested in giving our free course a try, but you don't exactly know where to start? You're not alone, and this video is for you. A good place to begin is by reading most of the pages on our website. We've designed our site to help everyone understand the science behind our teaching methodology and why Hebrew is important. It's good to have a firm foundation before you start by answering some of the questions we talk about on our website. One of the big questions many people have is about our pronunciation. So we've dedicated an entire page to explaining this so that you can have a clearer idea why our pronunciation system might be a little different from others you've heard. It's also important to understand that we're teaching biblical Hebrew, not modern Israeli Hebrew that you'll hear if you travel to Israel. Although there's some overlap between the two, they are quite different. So it's important to know that if you learn Hebrew with us, you won't end up learning how to have a basic conversation in Israel, although it will be a helpful bridge to learning modern Hebrew in the future, if you decide to. Another question you might have is, how long should I expect this to take? Our first response is simple: a lifetime. Hebrew is a lifetime marathon, not a 100-meter dash. Think about how long it took you to get to the point where you could read and understand classic poetry in your mother tongue. It usually takes more than 20 years, and the Hebrew Bible is full of advanced poetry, which even native speakers of modern Hebrew struggle to read. So we want to make sure you have realistic expectations. You shouldn't expect to sit down and fluently read the Psalms for devotions after a year of studying Hebrew. You might be able to do that with the help of a lexicon, an app, or interlinear, but most people take years to be able to read Hebrew poetry well. We don't say this to discourage you, but rather to help you have the right expectations. Everyone can learn a language, and Hebrew is simply a language, but it takes time, and there are no shortcuts. For example, let's say you're a native speaker of English. How long did it take you to have a vocabulary large enough to write university-level papers? Most people don't acquire that level in their mother tongue by the time they're 5 or 10 years old. So there really aren't shortcuts, even when it comes to our native language. Language learning takes time. So one of the important things to realize at the beginning of this process is that it'll require a lot of patience. If you begin by thinking of Hebrew as a lifelong marathon, you'll set yourself up for more success and less discouragement. So on the positive side, what should you expect? Well, depending on the amount of time you can dedicate to Hebrew each week, you may be able to begin reading some basic portions of narrative in the Hebrew Bible after a year. In our lessons, you'll start reading some simple verses before the 20th lesson. So within a year, it's definitely possible to begin working your way through some passages of Scripture on your own. And if you're at a place in your life where you can dedicate hours each day to learning, you'll likely see some impressive results within 6 months. We fully realize that everyone in this modern, fast-paced world is in a rush, and we want to accomplish things overnight with barely an inconvenience. But Hebrew just can't be mastered by quickly cramming a bunch of information into our heads. Before you begin, it's also important to watch our tips video for learning Hebrew, which will explain some crucial things that every student needs to know. Once you've laid this foundation for your studies, let's talk about what to do step by step. We realize that everyone is different, and not everyone has a lot of time to dedicate to learning Hebrew. That's totally okay. Our resources are adaptable to anyone in any season of life with any kind of schedule. There are 4 core resources for learning Hebrew with us: our videos, our quizzes on Bibling, our transcripts, and our grammar lessons. Let's get to know each one in turn. First, our videos. They're designed to be watched, enjoyed, and repeated at whatever pace works for you. If you only have time to watch one per week, that's fine. Or if you have time to watch a couple a day, even better. We've designed a suggested learning schedule that is free on our website. We'd encourage you to download it, tweak it to match your rhythm of life, reformat it if you wish, and then use it as a checklist. Some people may need less repetition than the learning schedule suggests, but repetition never hurts in language learning, even if you think you've already mastered the material. If you'd rather not use the learning schedule, you can invent your own learning program, but it's important to follow the videos in order on the lesson playlist. That list should help keep you on the right track. On the learning schedule, we include the quizzes, which is the next part of our core materials. The quizzes are fun, interactive, multimedia reviews designed to help you reinforce what you're learning in the videos and assess how well you're internalizing the language. These quizzes can be reached through the link on our resource page or learning schedule. and can also be accessed through the free Bibleling Android app. The third core element is our transcripts of the lessons. These transcripts enable you to practice your reading skills with simple, recognizable content once you've learned the whole alphabet after watching up through lesson 19. These transcripts contain everything that is said in the videos, but in written form, including lots of pictures, illustrations, emojis, and color to keep you engaged. These transcripts also serve teachers, whether at home or at school, who need a written guide for reviewing with students. Teachers can also scan through the transcripts to get a quick idea of what's in a video lesson, or use it to run a search for where a certain word or phrase occurs throughout the course. These transcripts are free to download and print as well. They can be found easily on our website resource page. Finally, our fourth core resource is geared towards those who want an extra layer of precision in their study of Hebrew, or who simply love grammar. We've written grammar lessons to accompany each video, explaining explicitly what's being taught implicitly in the videos. You'll learn some of the academic terminology for describing Hebrew grammar and syntax, and we provide vocabulary helps that clarify the meanings of words that may have left you puzzled. These grammar lessons are a work in progress and don't exist for every single lesson video yet. We offer them as something to supplement your learning, but not as a required resource. Some people will do better if they don't use these grammar lessons at all, at least in the beginning, because grammar details may be intimidating or distracting. For that reason, we don't include these lessons in the learning schedule, but we know plenty of people will want them and benefit from them. If you do use them, don't rely on them as a cheat sheet and run to them immediately after watching a lesson once. Your brain needs time to internalize naturally, and you need to learn to appreciate a time of ambiguity where not everything is immediately clear. So we recommend using the grammar lessons carefully for clarification after allowing sufficient repetition for your brain to process and digest the material through repetition. So those are the core elements for learning Hebrew with us. If you want to follow us on our social media channels, you can do so on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. On Twitter and Facebook, you'll see interesting things about our vision, the history of Hebrew, and even inspirational quotes. And from time to time, we'll recommend good resources we come across. And we'll keep you up to date on the new content we're releasing for your growth in the language. On our Instagram, you'll see a few pictures every week with Hebrew describing what's in the picture, as well as simple Bible verses and vocabulary. This serves as a quick way to review and maintain what you've learned. Make sure to explore our resource page for other interesting things you may not have seen before, like the very useful BART app and a place where you can download high-resolution manuscript images. Now, for those who struggle with reliable internet or simply don't have access, we've got you covered. At the bottom of our How It Works page, you'll find several convenient ways to download our videos for offline viewing or sharing with others on USB drives. We would love for you to help get our videos into the hands of those in developing countries with no internet connection, especially those involved in Bible translation. Anyway, that should be enough to get you started. If you have further questions, remember that you'll probably find an answer somewhere on our website. We wish you shalom in your studies. And if you have a question we haven't answered online or a testimonial to share, we're easy to get in touch with via email or our social media channels. Thank you for being a part of experiencing the joy of Hebrew with us.
Many people want to learn Biblical Hebrew, but they find it too difficult or intimidating and they give up before getting very far. And the few students who do make progress struggle afterwards to retain and use what they've learned. Here's the problem. Most people in the world weren't designed to learn a language by using a textbook and memorizing lots of rules. Instead, we learn a language best by experiencing it, hearing and speaking it. Everyone has the ability to learn a language in the natural way they learn to speak their mother tongue as children. Think about it. Your parents didn't begin by teaching you the alphabet and grammar when you were a child. They simply spoke to you. You listened and then started understanding and speaking little by little. Then you were ready for the alphabet. Our free videos help you experience this natural, immersive style of learning. The more you watch, the more you'll build your comprehension. This natural way of learning a language is far more enjoyable and more effective over time because the sounds and grammar of Biblical Hebrew get into your long-term memory through repetition and use. After learning some vocabulary and grammar intuitively through our videos, you'll be exposed little by little to the Hebrew alphabet and eventually learn how to read. We're creating this free video course to help Bible translators and the church around the world learn Biblical Hebrew and grow in their understanding of the scriptures. You won't hear English or any other language besides Hebrew in our free videos, so anyone can follow along and learn. Our goal is to help you experience Hebrew as a living language instead of memorizing lists of grammar rules and vocabulary. And you don't need a book. Don't be surprised if you feel a bit disoriented at first. That's normal. You will probably feel like a child again, trying to guess what's going on. Sometimes that makes adults feel uncomfortable, but it's part of learning. Just have fun. If you persevere and watch the videos again and again, the sounds and the structures will start to become part of you. The more you keep at it, the more you'll start to see the practical value of learning the language instead of only learning about the language. You'll be surprised by how much you've learned after just a few videos. If you can't remember all the vocabulary at first, don't worry. Just relax and watch the video again. You'll keep hearing the vocabulary again and again in future videos, so no need to strain to memorize it the first time around. Also, make sure to watch the lessons in order. You can find them all arranged in a playlist linked in the description. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe to our channel and start learning the language of the Hebrew Bible. Please help us share this free teaching with friends from other countries who may be interested in learning Hebrew, and pray for us as we continue making more free videos to help you experience the joy of God's Word in its beautiful original language. Shalom!
So this is the beauty salon before we go into the studio. Yeah, this is what you got to do before you're on camera. That's why I always look so good. All right, so let's see a brief tour of our studio where we film. It's just this little room that we're really cramped in. So Bethany is getting ready. She's bookmarking the verses she's going to read on camera. And so this is our little table. And you can see this room is very small. This is supposed to be a master bedroom of some kind. And so we've got these lights. It's kind of so we use shower curtains to diffuse the light on these. It's a nice budget way. Turn on some of these, and then we have a little ring light to accent a little more. Got a big pile of toys here and props. And then, as you can see, there's a lot of different things all around to keep the sound from being echoey. I mean, that echoey room sound. So these are boards with these really thick kind of blankets that are really cheap at the store. You can get these for like $10 or $15, and it's a lot cheaper than buying professional sound dampening stuff. And some pillows, and then over here we've got a blue screen / green screen, or mattress material for other stuff, and then more padding. We've got this whole window mattressed in, and then we've got this nice view out here, a little balcony with a hammock and a view of the mountains of Oaxaca. And we got this thick curtain to dampen the sound, so we close this when we're recording. This is Bethany's beautiful art table, and she's working on a new landscape painting. She's doing the layers with oils here. Here's a recent cactus painting with oil pastels, and this is where all the magic happens with the editing. So we actually made this table together, so it's a standing desk, and we put this top on it and cut it and varnished it ourselves. And then so we got this computer set up, and she's able to stand here or sit, or we got a little walking treadmill that she can walk while she edits on the computer, since she spends a lot of time there. And then there's this little kind of booth that we built around so that the echo from the roof doesn't cause problems with the sound. So you can see this is just, we bought some boards really cheap at the hardware store. And then back here is the background. So this is a big mattress as well. So it keeps the background looking clean, but it also helps dampen the sound. And then we have a green screen behind it if we need it. And then we light it up with these 3 lights. So this keeps it nice and bright and looking good. Oh, and also there's a light up here. You can see that also helps light up our background. So we've got a lot of lights. So if we count them, we've got one down here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lights that we'll have on while we're filming. Then here's the whole camera rig that we're using. And for a mic, we actually have tried different things, but This little lapel mic works the best. So what we did, instead of having the typical little clip on it, took some plasti tack with a paper clip embedded in it, and then this just hooks right on your shirt, and it's a lot less visible, and it works. This plasti tack helps dampen the sound. So that's it's just like a $20 little mic that wires up to the camera.
Asher ito. Start. ויקום דוד וכל העם.
We actually have tried different things, but this little lapel mic works the best. So what we did, instead of having the typical little clip on it, took some plasti tack with a paper clip embedded in it, and then this just hooks right on your shirt, and it's a lot less visible, and it works. This plasti tack helps dampen the sound. So that's it's just like a $20 little mic that wires up to the camera.
Asher ito. Start. ויקום דוד וכל העם אשר איתו, ויעברו את הירדן עד אור הבוקר. ויקום דוד וכל העם אשר איתו, ויעברו את הירדן עד אור הבוקר. ויקום דוד וכל העם אשר איתו, ויעברו את הירדן עד אור הבוקר. מת בים, ובני ישראל עברו את הים ביבשה. I wasn't going to say את הים there. צבא מצרים מת בים, ובני ישראל עברו ביבשה. ויבשה. צבא מצרים מת בים, ובני ישראל עברו ביבשה.
Okay, so we're done filming. Just need to get this memory card out and hand it over to Beth.
I'm always so excited to get my hands on this footage and start editing right away.
And there
More
she's
lazy.
off. She's gonna get sucked into her world of
It's a
editing.
good thing I'm hungry, or I would probably get sucked in right away and you would see me again for like 3 hours. But
And so the file copying begins. These are massive files. Then we finish our evenings up here on the terrace looking at sunsets like this. It's pretty amazing. Here's Beth making her amazing granola. It's now the evening, and if you taste this stuff, it's better than chocolate. So good.
Yes? Oh, you're recording now. So this is our living room and music room, our piano, some of my artwork on the walls, which we just recently got hung up. So I worked to drill into this concrete. Andrew loves dinosaurs, so basically all he ever asks for Christmas or his birthday or any occasion in which I give him a gift is a dinosaur painting. So I don't even have to ask, I already know what he's gonna want. So the collection is growing and he already has like 3 more ideas. He's like, oh, can you do this dinosaur painting for me? So I'm sure there'll be more to come. And then over here we have a little Egypt section. I usually say that if I had a second life to live, I'd probably be an Egyptologist in the second one. So I love ancient Egypt. So that comes out in some of my artwork. Can't really see it with the glass reflection.
Yeah.
And you have to see Andrew's butterfly collection. Absolutely must see. He's been collecting butterflies since he was a kid. And some of these are the original ones he collected when he was a kid. And then a lot of them are new gems. And so we just love being able to see amazingly beautiful, bright colors God has created here in our dining room.
And this is some of your beautiful artwork. You're in Africa. What do you want to tell them about this thing down here?
Oh yeah, we got to tell them about this.
Yeah.
This is a little memory from our time in Equatorial Guinea, working with a musical group that was created by some friends of ours, and brothers in Kualong. This is a traditional Fang instrument from Central Africa called an nku. And then this is a CD of all the recordings of scripture that we did together with them, set in the Fang language and with original Fang music written by our brother Canuto. So this is a little memento of that period
A year's worth
of
of
our
work.
life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Play it like this. Of course, with the CD in here, it doesn't work so well, but you get different.
This is a miniature one.
This is a tiny one. Normally they're like this
big
huge,
wads.
like big ones.
Yeah.
But get a little I can't.
Oh, and then here are some more butterflies. Like a design I've made.
So the books themselves.
Yeah. And this is a cool thing she did for my birthday with beetle wings.
Oh, that's our dining room. Very exciting. So here's Andrew doing some of his work,
Hello.
consulting for the Mixtec project.
Yep. So this is paratext right here. I've got Spanish and English translations, the back translation, the Mixteco translation, Hebrew, and translation guide here. And my beautiful bride.
Oh, whoops, that's me.
And then check this out. I turn this on. Voila.
My glow-in-the-dark paintings. Although it looks way cooler at night, I gotta say.
Yeah. So, thanks for stopping by.
Hey, so now we're headed off to Andrew's parents' house. They live about 10 minutes away, and they invited us over for lunch today, so. The speed bumps here are relentless. Utterly relentless. Oh, the bougainvilleas. I love them. I love them. They're really blooming this time of year. Get extra colorful. Most blinding entrance ever. God!
You don't need a, what do you call those screens?
Hey, Dad.
Hi. Well, welcome.
We're doing a little bit of vlogging here.
Here's Andrew tuning his parents' piano. While we're getting supper or dinner or lunch ready over here. Hi, Janet. Here we are on our way home again. Bougainvilleas, oh, they're so beautiful. Look at that color. It's Andrew's masterful backing up skills in action. I can't do this.
Come to the water's edge, all you know and fear the Lord. Come and listen.
Sorry. So I don't want to. I don't want to steal their music. So, go to their channel and listen to the music. But like, yeah, I think I'm gonna end the broadcast here and try to get ready for the live stream of the other video, and my response. And yeah, I mean, again, it's like, dude, like, what am I gonna charge for when they're making such high quality products? It's like, have some concept of what league you are playing in. I do this channel on my off time, and I'm not anywhere like as well educated or talented as this couple is. So really, like, and it's like, Zion, not that he's gonna listen to this, but like, dude, you know less Hebrew than I do. You know less Hebrew than I do. Later.